JQ crashed into me 2 or 3 times on purpose. That's what happened, basically.
JQ, did you crash 2 or 3 times into Leonardo on purpose?
I think it was pretty much 50-50. You see, that's the problem. A lot of these young kids, I don't have anything personal against them, but they don't have any respect for the other cars on the track. So after multiple times of the same driver taking you out, you just have enough. So I thought I would do the same to him and see how he reacts. Now he understands how it feels to be ahead of him, so hopefully he can take this as a lesson going into the future races.
So you deliberately hit him?
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to admit I deliberately took him out. Yes, I did.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 60 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. And this week, I want to thank Nicola Marrone. I probably butchered that. I said it right in the interview, but I probably butchered that one. I want to thank Nicola, the owner of HotRace, for coming on. I met him last year at DNC, or a year before at DNC. And cool guy, very passionate, and I wanted to get him on here to talk about HotRace, how it started, the move to America, which they did just done recently with Mark Pavidis and joining HotRace to help him out. So it was a great chat with Nicola, and I admire the Italian hot passion that he has for RC. And we got to talk a little bit about the youngsters coming up in Italy that are really fast. It's like Italy's just producing RC 8-scale drivers like crazy right now. So thank you to Nicola, and well done on the move to America. What's going on, No Name RC squad? Thank you guys for all the love that you share with us, supporting the sponsors of the podcast, so sending me messages, man. I met some new guys today on Instagram, nice guys, and that's what it's all about, man, getting to know people and meet them. And yeah, it's good stuff. So thank you to all the listeners of the podcast. Without you guys, we can't do it. And I want to say special thanks to the patrons on Patreon. You know, that's getting there and that's helping to pay these bills, you know. Got this air conditioner running and, you know, hours per day doing stuff. That costs money. So I want to say thank you to the patrons on Patreon for supporting me and supporting the podcast, because you guys help out a lot, and you guys have a giveaway coming up this week. So, and thank you to our sponsors, RCMX Online, Euro RC, Just RC, No Bullshit, Tekno RC for the Hotline, which I think is very popular, JQ Racing. Shout out to all my JQ Racing family from around the world. Love you guys like life. Appreciate all the support. And I look forward to hanging out with you guys in a couple of weeks who will come into DNC. Also, I'd like to say thank you to BK Servos. Yeah, go cop you guys some BK servers. They got some good deals on servers, and they're doing pretty good. Also, shout out and thank you to Papa Willy's Traction Tonic. Had a good show in there at the Chili Bowl 2 weeks ago. I was talking to the owner of Papa Willy's, very nice guy. Enjoy our conversations with him. He's working hard to support the small businesses, people. And also, thank you to RC Raceworks. Man, I saw one of those. I posted a picture of one of the, the charger cases that RC Raceworks is pumping out, and it's really cool, man. If I was a hardcore electric racer, I would definitely have me one of those cases. They also do some other stuff, 3D printed stuff and whatnot as well, that we'll be advertising as well. Also, shout out to Assault RC. Actually, Assault RC is going to be not doing the Invisible Speed segment, so that's available to anybody that wants it. Beach RC is coming on as a whole. I appreciate it. Brent is, has always been very supportive of the podcast, printing out decals for me. Hope you could get some decals so people can probably just buy them straight from him. He's doing me doing some backdrops and banners for me for DNC and to put up here in the studio. So I appreciate that, Brent. And, Beach RC is awesome. Brick and mortar shop. You know, they have a track, they have a shop, they have helpful people, and they have an online presence. The 3 things you need to be successful. So if you guys want, go check out Beach RC, man, because you will help a proper brick and mortar hobby shop. And Brent School, man, puts a lot of money back into the RC community. Not saying others don't, but he does as well. So thank you to our sponsors, because without you guys, we can't do this either. So thank you for your faith. And if in the No Name RC podcast and podcasting as a platform period to advertise. If any other company wishes to advertise on the No Name RC podcast, do not hesitate to contact me. We have tiers of advertising for small companies right up to the big companies. So thank you. All right. So we got a few things to go over. I got to get a hold of Joseph. He went to Reedy. He says, surprisingly, he was shit, but there's nothing surprising about that. It was an exciting race, I believe. We'll talk more about it with Joseph. Associated, once again, has killed it. They came up with that ready-to-run drag car. They see, like, drag racing is becoming really popular, and they just reused an old chassis to make a car. So smart. I think AE is just on top of the game. I see Kyosho's released some Mini Z scale trucks. The details look really good. I just wish they were 10 scale. And of course, if you haven't listened to episode 16 of RCGP, the starting grid, you know that there is no RCGP for 2020. Unfortunately, you know I'm disappointed about that. But that isn't my decision. And I understand why they did it. And we just have to wait to 2021 to see some awesome racing. But we have some awesome racing coming up in 2 weeks' time. The first European big race, I would say. When I mean big race, where most of the guys will be there. One of the best races that I like to watch is the Montpellier race. Just check my personal Facebook or the No Name RC Facebook page. I'll be posting links. It will be in French though. That's the only thing, but you can still watch it. All right. Well, enough of me rambling on. Let me call up. I don't know what to call him now. I almost thought I was worried about him. I thought I was going to have to get suicide watch on him, but he seemed to survive the Reedy race. But let me call up the one and only Rupert.
Hello?
Rupee! What's going on, Rupee Shatta?
What's up?
What's up, Joey Q? Oh, man.
Just had breakfast.
Like, everybody loves the nicknames I make up for you. People calling you Joey Q now. I love it. I love it. They call you Rupert. They call you Joey Q. Nobody even really calls you JQ anymore. Well, that listen to the podcast anyway. So what's up? You're living the life. You're down in Newport Beach. How's the weather there in California? Is it nice? Did you go out and see the ocean today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you take it for granted because you see it so much. Just like me. So, fresh off Reedy, you didn't kill yourself. I was worried about you. Thursday, you sent me a message talking about, my cars are shit. This is going to be a long weekend. And I was like, oh, God. Everybody hide the rope and sharp objects. Joseph is on suicide watch. Because I know how emotional you get when you do shitty at races. You try to act all tough, but, when you're having a bad race day, you turn into like the biggest bitch I've ever met. So, anyway. Yeah, we're recording, and it's like, I'm going to be honest with people. Like, people are like, oh, this podcast is late. It's Wednesday afternoon, and I'm recording with you. It's like Wednesday afternoon, 2:00 my time. We got to hurry up because we got the gardener coming to do my yard. And this is just typical of us, always leaving things to the last minute, except DNC. I'm so excited. Got DNC plane ticket booked, hotel booked, and flight. And car. 3 weeks ahead. I've never been this prepared for a DNC, ever. When I leave it to you, it's like, oh yeah, you'll find a place when you live here, and then I'm scrambling around and looking for some place to stay, the cheapest hotel. Everything booked, 6 days of comfort so far. No need to get up and shake my bag every day to the track because I don't know where I'm going to be staying. Perfect. I'm so happy. If I'd have left that in your hands, I would have been sleeping in a tent under an overpass in LA somewhere. I probably would become a king of Tent City by the time DNC was over.
Maybe.
So, yeah. You know? Note to self, people, don't ever leave your travel arrangements with Joseph. It will never get done. You can find a place when you live her. When you get her, sorry. Yeah, not doing that. No gypsy style this year. Anyway, Joseph, welcome to the podcast, man. You got a day off today? You're not going to the track?
It doesn't mean I have a day off.
Well, you know what I mean. You're not going to the track and getting all serious. You went to the track yesterday. You got home late. That's why we couldn't record. You know? Who was you at the track with yesterday?
No one, just myself.
I thought, okay, Cav must be taking a break. Your bromance with Cav. You know, I know you guys going to be hitting the track and getting all serious with each other. But you got a big race coming up this weekend, which looks pretty good at the Nitro compound. So, yeah. When do you leave for that again?
Tomorrow.
Okay. So
actually, Degan is going. He's out of retirement.
Really? Oh, things are getting serious for DNC then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You got to take some video of this. That track's awesome, too. I told Degan, I say, man, you're going to like it. The track's nice. So, well done, Tony Schumacher. Have a good race. Good luck this weekend. And, hey, it's a badass track. Nitro compound. All right, Joseph. So, what should we talk about first? We got a few things to talk about.
How about you do your opening of the podcast spiel and I go brush my teeth?
That's already done, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. You need to brush your teeth right now. Nobody's gonna be kissing you or anything like that.
Jesus Christ.
So
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. You're always, man, you're never prepared. Never prepared. All right.
Yeah, see, I cracked a tooth. Actually, well, I didn't crack a tooth. Old filling came out. But I'll just go to the dentist when I'm back in Finland. You know why? Because it's fucking free.
In the molar or in the front? Like a front tooth that you can see, or in the back?
No. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta get a tooth pulled out. It's been cracked for years.
I can do it.
Nah, that's all right. With your old man pliers that you're using at Reedy?
Yeah.
That was funny. All right, man. So, hold on. Testing.
You know what we can talk about first?
What?
The RCGP effect. Actually, we haven't even covered now.
Well, let's go over
RCGP.
Yeah, let's go over that first. Hold on for a second.
Cover that first and then talk about the RCGP effect. Because I think people can deny it, but it's undeniable, to be honest.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Well, let's cover the news first.
All right. So if you haven't listened to episode 16 of the starting grid, I kind of mentioned it in the beginning, but yeah, the episode 16 of the starting grid, I had David Isherwood on. You know, unfortunately last week, RCGP announced that they won't be doing a 2020 season. Yes, I was bummed out about it. I was actually really upset about it, but then I thought about it and I said, well, it makes sense. So you want to kind of talk about that briefly, Joseph, because David did cover it, but I mean, you might be able to touch on a few things before we go on. I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, even though we talk about RCGP a lot, but go ahead.
No, not really. I mean, listen to the RCGP podcast and David explains.
Yeah.
Being a Worlds here, it's expensive for all the manufacturers and brands. So maybe it makes more sense to take a break and then do it properly again 2021.
Yeah, I mean,
in my opinion, it's not worth doing if it's not going to be as good or better than the first year. So
yeah, I can understand that. You definitely don't want to come out and half-ass it. So it's upsetting because I know a lot of people wanted to go. That's the thing about it. A lot of people were preparing to go, so I feel bad for them. And obviously, I'm a big supporter. And I wanted to go, and I wanted to see it. Maybe I would have made it to Europe this year. But, it's just, it's unfortunate, but it's not dead. Everyone's like, it's dead, people. It's dead. I'm like, no, it's not. Like, things still happen.
All the teams signed up, so all the same teams plus associated. So it wasn't that.
Yeah, I get that. But anyway, it will be next year. If you want to hear more about it, hear from the horse's mouth itself, from David, go to the starting grid. It's released on episode 16. It's available on Podbean and iTunes. All right. So, anything you want to add to that before we go on any further, Joseph? Or we want to go right into Reedy?
Yeah, so the RCGP effect. Because, I mean, for years I've been saying we need a series. No one does a series. Nothing happens. RCGP happens. And suddenly there's an Asia Top 25, but not really a ranking list as such. It lists a series of races. And you get points for all those races, and then you have a champion. Europe, Master of Europe, joins the main European races into a series. Race all of them, get points for all of them. So it's a series. Now, you can say whatever you want, but I do not believe for a second that these things would have happened if it wasn't for RCGP.
Well, the Masters of Europe one is actually interesting because I know originally the idea was to join other races and do this alongside other races. But
yeah, but well, the reason that doesn't or didn't work is because so few, hardly any really of the races were willing to change anything, change format or do this or do that. So that's why the RCGP races became their own races. Only the Philippine Masters, the first race, was an existing race, and then the others were all new. And with these series, it's just sort of a website and points. It's kind of
like what you guys did the first year.
Yeah, kind of what RCGP did the first year. So that's why I'm saying that this is happening because of RCGP, because the first year was exactly that, a website, a list of races, giving points to everyone. That's basically what these things are at the moment. And I'm not knocking them. I'm saying that's good. That's what I've wanted all along. I think it's good if companies and drivers are encouraged to go to the same races. So, for example, these European races, if the driver, if there was a reason for them to actually care about this series, and if manufacturers and drivers who already go to international races, if they just decided to go to the same ones, it would make for better racing. So you'd see the best drivers in Europe racing not only at the Euros and the Euros warm-up, but all of these races. Like all the best drivers would go to all of these races. That would make for better racing, and if they build up the series aspect more, it would make that more exciting. So that's a good thing, I think. Same for the ones in Asia. Tie them together so all the top guys go to all of them. So I think that's a good thing. It's still not the same as what the RCGP series tried to do, because RCGP was trying to sort of improve the image of what we do. So improve the format, make it more exciting, make it look more professional, more attractive to new people. And that's not something these series do. This is just existing races. So this is really good for racers already in the hobby, where RCGP tried to sort of elevate the sport a bit and try to help us grow. So there's room for both of these, I think, and both are positive for the hobby. That's not exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of how I looked at it. Like I was explaining to somebody the other day, like, oh, we can make RCG have a profit if entries. I was like, but that's not the point of RCGP. You know, the point isn't to have 500 entries. The point is to have a comfortable race, nitro buggy, and a show. I said it's a show. It's a production. It is a production. And anybody, like, I got to see, I really couldn't comprehend it until I actually went and was a part of it. And the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes that people don't even see is amazing. And I got to see like Matt and his crew work at it. And that little trailer that people are liking on Facebook right now, which is really good. I love that hashtag. Well, it's my new hashtag, more real than esports. That took a whole year to make that, you know, because you had to make that happen. And people don't understand that. So now you have a product and you go out and take your product and sell it. That's the point of RCGP. And also to get new people in to expose our industry. It's one of the many things that we all have to do, in my opinion. And yeah, it's good to see Asia doing the top 25. We talked about it with Ben Panic last week on last week's podcast. The Masters of Europe, yeah. I get it. They're all decent race. Montpellier is next weekend? Or in 2 weekends, I can't remember. That's good. That's one of my favorite races, the DXR race. Like, I liked it. It was great last year. It's going to be good this year. Like, I'm not taking away from any of these races. Buggy Land race, you go to that one. No, you go to the BD design.
Yeah.
So
I think the challenge will be for both of these. So what I hope would happen is that the series aspect is built up more. So it's not just a website that no one cares about. It's an actual series, and people really want to win the series, and the points matter, and there's some prize at the end. I hope that they will be able to build the series aspect and make people care about it. The difficulty for them will be that these are all separate races with separate organizers. So for them all to come together and agree on something, especially if and when money starts being involved, that's going to be the hard part.
That's where it gets difficult.
How to do that, how to share it, someone invests, someone doesn't. That's going to be difficult.
That's why RCGP had to be its own entity at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, because no one was able to work together.
No, you don't mess with people's bottom line. No, because these races, remember, not all these races, but at the end of the day, these races are for profit. Like, I mean, maybe not like a DXR. I mean, they do have a bunch of entries, but it costs a lot to put on that race too. It costs a lot to enter the race as well. So I don't know, but that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Nobody wants to affect their bottom line, and nobody wants to lose money unless you're RCGP, who puts, trying to go ahead and promote the hobby or the sport over making a profit at the moment. So that's what people fail to realize too.
Time will tell.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's all good. Montpellier in the 2 weeks' time. I think it's the 6th or 7th of February. So I'll be looking forward to that. Great race. I wonder who's going. There's no real confirmation who's going yet, but it should be all of them. I see Runner Fog's been doing a lot of carpet racing. It's going to EOS this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's all excited about carpet racing. So it's good. I hope he goes to Montpellier as well. Should text him and see what's going on. We need to get him back on this podcast. Maybe we'll do it at DNC. He should be at DNC. I wouldn't see why. Yes, of course he would be at DNC. He wants to get some revenge from last year. All right, Joseph, do you want to go into the questions or do you want to talk about Reedy first?
Let's do questions.
All right. Let's go to the Facebook questions. We don't have that much this week yet. We had a few people call up on the call-ins and ask questions. So let me bring up the questions. Hold on, everybody. Suicide. Hey, Joseph, on another tip, that GoFundMe that I'm doing with the Winter Rage and Brian Phillips, all the racers up Pacific Northwest, all the proceeds go to Randy Sides. It's actually up to $1,700 now. It blew up overnight. And so we've raised $1,700, and tomorrow I have to do the Packy Chip Challenge. Yeah, that's going to hurt. This is
snort it.
No, I'm not snorting, but it's a fresh chip. It's a black one. I got it from Mike Norris. But I'm happy. We raised $1,700 and it's still going. So, it's for a good cause. Help a fellow race out with his medical bills, suffering from cancer. So, a little bit to give back. Yeah, my stomach and my mouth and my asshole can withstand a day of discomfort. Because what goes in hot comes out hot.
The No Name RC podcast is brought to you by BK Servos. These servos have awesome performance for a great value. High performance servos, especially models like the DS7002 HV, super fast and precise, a cost a fraction of comparable super high end servos. The DSSHT model has more torque than anything out there, and again, for an excellent price. Burt Camera, BK Servos. If you're interested in some BK Servos, you can go to www.bkhobbies.com. Use the code TheNoName and get 15% off your purchase. Thank you, BK Servos, for your support, and please show them some love. For the No Name RC podcast listeners, check out their servos, use the coupon code, and save some dough.
All right, so let's get to our Facebook questions. Toby Hampson. What's up, Toby? You can check him out at tobymeisters.com.wordpress for his blog. In my honest opinion, all modern two-wheel drive buggies, when raced on dirt clay, are so dependent on grip. When it goes away or grip comes up, the car is either loose or too tight. What are some of the basic steps club racers can take to deal with these changes? In both cases. Thanks, Mr. Pumpernickel.
Is he really asking me about two-wheel drive setup?
I don't think he's asking you how to go fast, because he would actually ask, like, Cavallari that question. He's asking you how do they deal with the grip, like when it goes away, what are some of the steps they can do to make it easier to drive?
I don't know. For me, let's say three effective changes are the weight, adding weight when it's loose, or moving the rear arm, so toe-in anti-squat, higher arm, lower arm, lowering the arm, more toe-in for low grip, or narrowing the pivot width of the rear, so moving the arm inwards for more grip. Then high grip, sort of moving the rear arm outwards, or adding anti-squat, or raising the arm, or less toe-in. So yeah, those things seem to be very effective. The weight and then the placement of the rear arm on the C and D blocks.
Okay. Is that all you have to say about that subject, Joseph?
Yeah.
All right. I actually have a question that I think I'm going to save it for the rant, because this is something that comes up after every race time event about sportsman drivers and sponsor drivers and all this type of stuff. And it kind of goes into something else I was talking to another racer about. But I'm just going to ask the question. And Adam Duckett, I'm not sure if this has been brought up before, but your thoughts on sportsman drivers with sponsorships, or are team drivers for someone. Like for me, for instance, I came from rock crawling, so I became a team driver for my local hobby shop and a servo company who also produces race servers and many other products. I then picked up a fuel sponsorship simply because I wanted to run a local guy's fuel over a top name fuel, and he put me on the team. But I've been racing for about a year, and I've seen a debate where if you have any type of help or sponsorship, you should only run open and up. Well, you know what? We're going to touch on that in the rant today. We've touched on it before, but I'm going to touch on it again. Aiden Burke, why no RCGP? What's up, Extra Lap? And Everton, we covered that. Joe Zaire, who is fucking up Ryan Lutz's page. Some of it was funny, but it's worn out now. Somebody hacked Ryan Lutz's RC page. He got it back. And he was posting these crazy videos. Nothing stupid, but like a monkey getting eaten by a snake and all the other monkeys watching it. I don't know. Somebody hacked it, and it took him about a week and a half to get his like Facebook page back. It's crazy.
What was his password? Like Jesus?
I don't know. If See, you always got to tear the ass out of things. We can't have anything nice because of you. Jesus Cristo. All right. Tomar.
That's what, when fast food restaurants in America, when you order, then they ask for your name and then they call your name and you pick up your food. Some places do that, right?
Right.
I always say Jesus. But then they write Jesus on the wherever so the person knows, and they say Jesus, and then I pick it up and I say it's Jesus. So I've yet to have anyone call out Jesus.
Well, you live in California.
Jesus,
it's Mexico.
And then they call Jesus.
It's Jesus.
I'm telling you, my name is Jesus. So can you just call out Jesus? I just want that moment. Yeah. I want to be in there, and then someone calls out Jesus, and then everyone looks, and I walk up.
Well, you would have to do that like in the Bible Belt, down south somewhere, or like North Carolina, South Carolina, one of those, where those type of places. Not in California, where there's lots of Latin and Mexican people, Americans walking around who are named Jesus. Get it?
We can all dream. One day it's going to happen. All
right. Tomar Itan. Why did JQ choose to run Associated Cars as his 10th scale buggy? How were they at the Reedy Race? Everybody's asking why you was dremeling on the chassis. And what other 10th scale brand or specific cars would you like to run?
Because I run Associated. Officially, I'm not really sponsored.
You're like the redheaded stepchild of Associated.
I'm not sponsored by Associated, but I run for Associated in 10 scale and Truggy. That's why I ran Associated. But why was I dremeling? Well, 10 scale, I think, is good for learning stuff about car design. So I focus on 8 scale, design 8 scale cars, try everything on 8 scale cars, and then I sort of want to try those same things and different things too on 10 scale, because you can really notice the difference, and also they aren't exactly the same, so you want some things to be different on a 10 scale car because of how the tires are, and just it's good for learning about car design. So I was dremeling. The video when I was dremeling, the first one was I was making room for my steering rack, which I changed. And then the second one, I was making room for a larger spur gear. So it was hitting the chassis, so I needed to make some room there.
Well, we all know you like your Dremel and your old man pliers, and you can't do anything on a car without them. So he also asked, are there any other 10 scales brands you'd like to try in the future?
No, Automatics if they make an off-road car.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tomar. Tony Swenson, what were the special Seth Van Dalen Tekno parts that you, JQ, mentioned last week? See, I think you opened up a can of worms.
I heard Tekno got mad at me. I heard Tekno got mad because we brought it up.
Well, that's you. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't give a shit. It was C&D blocks. I believe lower C&D blocks. If you look at the stock Tekno, they're like super high. I don't know why. And then Seth made some lower ones. And they worked really well.
Well,
there goes that advertiser. Sorry, Keenan.
Yeah, I blame it all on you. Tony Schumacher. JQ was right on the last episode about cutting the track. Waiting is half right. You crashed. You lost time. Jumping right back to your opposition is bullshit. Oh, God.
There we go. Oh, there's the cue.
No.
Okay.
No.
What?
1 minute.
It happened.
1 minute.
Saint Reedy. A guy jumps the triple. You know how the track was at Reedy? There's this jump section, single, double, triple. Then you turn left and there's another triple. Then there's a long sweeper to the right-hand quarter, you drive back, then a left. You know that section? So that last triple there, turn left, didn't turn left far enough, I guess. Just tripled onto that other lane. Instead of turning, skipping the pipes, doing the sweeper and the right-hand corner, he just stopped, waited for the car, a car that was in the sweeper to go, and then just followed the car there. That was fine. Like, Scotty saw it. It was right in front of the referee. Everyone, he was fucking leading the race. Everyone saw it. Everyone was just fine with it. Like, yeah, he just cut.
Who was this? I missed it.
It's fine. It's like when Champlin was leading, I think, a four-wheel drive race. Mayfield was second. Now, I just want to... People are going to be, so it didn't affect anything. Like, he waited. Yes, it affected fucking the race. If he had skipped back over or waited for a marshal or something, he would have not been right behind Mayfield. He was actually pressuring Mayfield. Let's say Mayfield had made a mistake there then because of the pressure, or maybe Champlin had just made an awesome move and passed Mayfield and won the race. And then Mayfield loses the Reedy by 1 point. You know, that could potentially happen. And why would that happen? Because one guy cuts the track. So, yeah, it's fine. Like, 10 times this happened, 9 times not. It doesn't really affect anything. Wow. But then the one time it affects something big time, then there's a controversy. You know, why don't you just try and do it right every time? How about we don't cut the track? What if the loop was in that sweeper? Do you really think that he would just wait and then continue and lose a lap? No, he would jump the pipe and then do that sweeper and cross the line. Or he would wait for the marshal. Marshal would get the car, put it down. He would do the sweeper and cross the line. This is so stupid. I hate this fucking dumb way of thinking that, oh, I cut the track, but I waited. Well, why don't you just cross the loop? And after you cross the loop, just hop the pipe, then wait for approximately 25 seconds and then cross the loop again. So, I mean, you waited, so it's fine. You don't have to do the whole lap. You can just wait and cross the line. It's so ridiculous. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I completely zoned out of that little rant that you
well,
you know what I was I was thinking
really important.
No, I'm thinking of my disclaimer from Tekno, so I don't, so they don't leave the show. So my disclaimer is I am not responsible for anything that JQ says on this podcast. It does not reflect the thoughts and opinions of myself or the No Name RC podcast. Okay.
That's good. That's a good one. You could add that. If you have suggestions for another co-host, please share them with me. And on the topic of advertisers, I have an idea. Maybe we should ask our listeners. So Jason Snyder was one of the more popular guests. So I had this idea. I told him, he, especially now when he hired Ryan Cavalieri, he needs to make the most of his investment. I think everyone wants to know how Ryan's doing, how he likes the tires, what tires he runs, all that stuff, like anything new coming from Raw Speed. I said he needs to advertise on the podcast, and he needs a segment that is the Raw Speed check-in or something.
It could be the Raw Speed Invisible Speed segment.
No.
Yes, because that's gone. It's gone.
Yeah, but that's a fucking different segment about talking about setup.
Well, it could be about anything.
Bear with me here. Listen to my idea.
What, you going to have 20,000 segments on a podcast?
Yes. That's the whole idea. So, Raw Speed check-in segment where every week you call Jason and you talk about something. Talk about Cavalieri.
I think that'd be great. I think that'd be awesome.
Or you call and you talk about their new tire design, or you call and you talk about something else, or something in the industry, or you call and you talk about Reedy. You know,
I'm sure he'll be more punctual than you.
Yeah. So you check in weekly with Snyder. So let's see. What do the listeners think? Should Jason Snyder do this? If you think he should, then blow him up on social media.
Don't blow him.
Message Facebook, Instagram, post on their Facebook.
Just tell him.
Call him. His factory. Just blow him up and say that he needs to do this Raw Speed check-in segment with Lefty the Great.
Just tell him how his podcast is awesome. It's actually number 2 all time, and that's pretty good.
So weekly check-ins with him could be good.
I still have my disclaimer against you, though. And yes, cutting the track. Are we going to talk about it anymore? I totally understand what you're talking about, Joseph. I totally understand.
We might have to.
This is the one topic that I detest. Because you go on and on. It's like
Scott is up there announcing, and he sees what happens. Why doesn't he say, "Hey, you need to hop the pipe back"? Or like,
why don't they have a referee at this race?
We did okay to cut the track. I don't understand these people.
Why don't they have a referee at this race?
They did.
Oh, okay.
He just didn't say anything.
Oh. All right. Dax Simonelli, who actually won Reedy, worst coverage ever. Well, I was kind of guilty. It's so dumb. Like the overall results are right there in front of me and I didn't know. I kept looking for them in the, where you would normally find them in live RC.
What do you mean? Who won Reedy? They didn't say that in the live stream?
It was, I'll tell you what, during the coverage, they didn't really explain the points, but I also didn't know that was a link that you can go. It was right there in front of me. My stupidity for not looking at it. But I think they could have just explained it a little better during the race. I watched I think I watched all the invitational races, or at least listened to them. But I thought the coverage was all right. On that case, I thought they did a good job of covering the invitational and the main open. I think they did a good job. But I mean, Scotty can't. He can't think of. I think they had Scotty piped right in to. So Scotty was announcing the race for Reedy, but also announcing the race for Live RC, which is cool. So he didn't really have a co-announcer who would have had that data, I believe. You get what I'm saying? Hello?
Well, I mean, he could have had it there.
Yeah, but he's too it's too much for one guy. They're busy calling the race and trying to make it exciting.
It's not too much for one guy.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like, let's say the last race, it comes down to this: like Rivkin has to finish third, and Mayfield has to win or something. Like if Mayfield finishes lower than third, then Rivkin wins the championship. Whatever, right?
That's all hard to think of when you
scenario.
Yeah, but it's
because that would make the last race exciting to watch.
I can't
recall.
If
no one knows. Then what's the point?
I can't recall if they did or didn't. He's saying what he did. I didn't hear it as much, but I also didn't look on the link because I was looking for the results of the Reedy Race, like you normally would look for results. And there was an actual link right there on the live scoring, like where you can go. So I found that afterwards. So my stupidity. Whatever, man. Dax Simonelli also has another question. Can we have a 3-race RCGP format championship race in the U.S. to determine a champ? 1 East, 1 California, and 1 Thornhill. Buggy early. Well, that's kind of what RCGP plan is. It was going to have 2 races in America and 2 races in Europe. I don't know. Andreas.
Independent RCGP series.
Yeah.
Just run the format. You organize the races.
Yeah. Yeah. The format's good. Reedy proves it. Heads up racing.
Hey, that's something we need to talk about. Maybe not this week, but let's talk about how to fix the formats in the different classes.
Okay.
That should be a rant one day.
Next question from Andres Segurera Costini. I know I butchered his name, but he's from Costa Rica. Good friend. And he's a patron. How do I prevent the rear end from stepping out or kicking out under braking? More droop, more rear brake, different pistons, or I see too much weight transfer.
Hey, this is a different segment question.
Do you want to answer this in the non-sponsored Invisible Speed segment?
Yeah.
All right.
The invisible sponsor, Invisible Speed segment.
All right, so we'll save that for after this.
Speed support Lefty. He needs food. He needs to go to DNC.
Hey,
he just lost Tekno as an advertiser. So need to make up that money.
I haven't lost anybody, but if they do go, it'll be your fault. And that's nothing normal. That's nothing abnormal about that. But I don't think me and Matt...
Yeah, so please, someone invisible join.
Matt and I have a great understanding. He's a good dude. He's a hard worker, too. So stop being an asshole all your life, Joseph. Fred Costa. if you have only hard compound, but the best tire for that is soft, what changes in setup can I use in this case? I don't know. That'd be like running. What do you think about that, Joseph?
If your tires are too hard for the conditions.
Mm-hmm. And that's all
well,
you
it's
have.
kind of like, yeah, well, it's kind of like running on a loose track then. So you can go thinner sway bars, softer springs, maybe softer shock oils, maybe try lowering the arms in the arm holders. Yeah. Those sorts of things.
Okay. We have a couple more questions about your Dremlin. Chauncey Mack asked the question on the call-in. Walt Hurd, how does JQ feel about turning down the speed of the radio and servos for steering and throttle? He asked, will this cause damage to the servos or mess the tune-up? I don't think so.
No, it doesn't cause any damage. I don't tend to really like it. I know some people do that. And yeah, why not? I mean, it works if that's what you like.
I'd play with the throttle curve.
Right. Yeah, but that's not the speed.
Yeah, I kind of like to have the speed there in case I need it. Not that I'm going to ever need it, but you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm a little different.
Yeah. Miguel Matias used to slow down his throttle servo so much that it was ridiculous. It was so slow.
Mm-hmm. Really?
It looked broken.
I'm heard so many stories about people from over in Europe, like guys that only run their carburetor 3/4 of a way, like, you know, where it opens only 3/4 of a way. I remember Paul Coleman told me this fast dude used to run like 125,000 in the rear diff of his car all the time. You know, so yeah. Different. So yeah, well, I don't think you will damage any servos. Now, if you don't set your EPA, you will damage your servos. Yeah, so that's the most important thing you got to realize on your servos is setting your EPA. Dax is obsessed with national championships. I was talking to him the other day. Reedy Nitro Race, e-buggy and Nitro for a national championship. I guess it means like you have 5 race. Well, I guess like a Reedy Race format. Maybe not 5-6 races, but one class would be e-buggy and the other class would be Nitro. And then you combine both. What do you think about that?
So 8-scale e-buggy and Nitro.
Yeah.
Few races and combined champion.
Like the same day. Like just like how Reedy is, how they combine 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. Maybe it could be like 10 minute. It could be 10-minute heads-up racing. But see, I would make it 10 minutes, but mandatory pit stop. No, I do 15-minute Nitro mains because you have to do a pit stop. There you go. And then 10-minute e-buggy mains. Shit, we should be able to do 15-minute e-buggy mains now. But do like 5 races.
I don't know.
That's e-buggy. 3 out of... It pays the bills, buddy. Another question.
You have to pay any of my bills.
Yeah, it is. Another question about Dremlin. Man, that Dremlin got a lot of questions. A lot of
video hits.
Yeah. Jeff Werner, what's up, Jeff? From the first buggy to the black edition, what is the one thing design-wise on the car you would look at and think, man, I nailed it design-wise?
You know what I'm looking at right now? I'm looking at the Brazil 8-scale buggy worlds track and thinking, is this a 10-scale track?
No, it's badass, dude. That track's wicked. But that's not an answer to the question. Answer the question.
Well, first of all, the pipe looks super small, looks like 10-scale pipe, and they have carpet everywhere.
They have carpet on the jumps. Jesus. You
corners too.
One corner.
2, I see 2 at least. 3.
Hey, let's just focus on going to Brazil.
This is gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be fun if I go. Answer the question, please.
I hope they use less carpet for the Worlds.
I hope you pay attention and answer the question.
I nailed the design of you don't need to shim your diff. You just put your diffs in there and run it. 10 years later, you have to have the shim on the rear diff. Big deal. Because the molds are all worn out. But that was pretty cool. So you just build the diff, throw it in the gearbox, tighten the screws, and that's it. No shimming required. That was good. Also, I like the fact that you can change a servo in warm-up and still make the race. You don't need a goddamn engineering degree and 7 hours and the skills of a surgeon to change your servo, route the wires and all that crap. And, you don't need that. Some cars are like that. I don't like that. So, yeah, the easy, fast changing of anything on the radio tray, that was good. Center diff mount, really solid. Build it once and it's good. I mean, the manufacturer has tried on multiple occasions to really mess it up. But, yeah, to this day, you build it right one time, it lasts more than the lifetime of the car. So that's really good too.
Okay, are you finished patting yourself on the back now? He said one thing. So. You named 3. Jeez.
Okay, well, that's how good it was, I guess.
Chris Trudeau, this is the last question of Facebook questions. He asks, since Joseph has traveled a bunch, how does he compare racing in the US versus Europe and Asia? If he could only race one track, where would he race and what would the surface be like?
Okay, so racing in Europe and Asia, you get a lot more value for your money. You get more track time, and the days aren't as long at the same time. So racing in America is more sort of, if you camp at the track, then it's okay. It's like going camping with a sprinkle of RC. So the main thing is that you go camping and then you race a bit of RC. Where in Europe and Asia, it's more like you go to race RC. When you're at the track, you drive a lot, you race a lot, and then you're done early and you go socialize, you go have dinner, go have drinks with your friends, and you go back the next day. Personally, I enjoy the European and the Asian style more because I drive more during the day and I still have time to have some drinks and food with friends. So I think that's really something that the Americans need to look at and try and change in the future. They just don't, the people who defend the way they race now, they just don't know any better. And then the other question was my favorite track or where I'd like to race.
He said, if you could only race one track, where would he race and what would the surface be like?
The surface would be, okay, let's think. The surface would need to get rough and bumpy so that you need to sort of pick your lines. It's not this kind of Thornhill 10th scale style smooth track. No, I hate that. It's more off-road. So it gets bumpy. You have sections where you need to pick, unconventional lines. You need to pay attention so you don't hit bumps or crash in bumps. I like that stuff. You need to hit jumps in the right place so it jumps well. And I'm trying to think of a favorite sort of track. There's a track in Spain I really, really liked. La Nucia, it's called. It's actually near Redovan. Not Redovan. Redovan is a bit too big, I think. But then this other track, La Nucia, that was really nice. Really liked that. So maybe something like that. I posted a video from there. It's probably on my Facebook or Instagram, so you can see the track.
Cool. I actually have a question and for you, and it came to mind because I saw that Anthony Westergaard had signed with Spectrum, to run Spectrum radios and stuff like that. And I think I was watching, because I watched a lot of scale video, like these scale YouTube guys are killing it, right? So I was watching one, and he was running a Spectrum ESC, and it's like, yeah, that's telemetry. I know I can't say that. How do you say that word again? Telemetry, and all that type of stuff. Yeah, telemetry, and all that's feedback to the radio, right? And I kept thinking, one of the most questions that you get asked and that we get asked is, what do we see? Are we going to see any drastic future designs in chassis? While we completely are overlooking radios and radio equipment. And the reason I say that is because I think you said, or somebody said, we need real live data from what these cars are doing, right? To make them better. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we're looking at the chassis. We aren't looking at the radio systems. Now, with these radio systems coming out now, and I know a lot of people have their opinions on Spectrum and all that stuff, but I think what they're doing with telemetry and and I guess eventually to get into real life or statistics and stuff, feedback on your radio is what is next, and then will lead to better chassis and better parts, better tires and better stuff. First, we need to get this system done so we can get real-time data, which is going to have to be through the radios, and Spectrum is making that leap. Well worried about how fast the radio can be and how easy it is. They're kind of worried about showing you what your car does and what your motor does and all that type of stuff. And Sanwa has one, because my buddy had Alex. He had he'll set up one, and I was looking at the telemetry. I know I'm saying it wrong. Right there while he was driving, like how much he was steering, how much throttle input, all that type of stuff. Heat of the engine. That is what we're overlooking. That technology has to get up on par so we can then have better chassis and parts. Don't you agree with me?
Yeah, but there would still need to be someone who actually looks at it and understands it and analyzes it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure
there's not going to be anyone like that.
I'm sure. Eventually, within the next 5 years, that information is going to be able to be fed to a computer, and people will be able to see it. Maybe not even 5 years. Maybe in the next 2 years. If you can see it on a radio, then I'm sure you can see it through Bluetooth or something on a computer. You get what I'm saying? So you can actually beat it. Like, I think we're going to see this in the pits soon. I think we're going to see it. Like Formula One, people are real racing and have people on computers in the pits. Maybe not in the actual. No,
we can't even have a racing series. We're not going to have some people analyzing data. No,
in order for RC to go and the chassis,
RC designers don't even understand roll centers. They're not going to understand some data from some radio.
Anyway, I think personally that's the steps that have to be made in order for us to get better. That's it. Can you agree there?
It's not going to happen.
All right. Anyway, just because I said it, if you said it, it would have been fuck the bee's knees, and everybody would have done it. And blah blah blah. No. Just because I came up with that idea, it is not going to work. What you say in 2 weeks' time? Hey, you know what? I thought we can do this, blah 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 blah, and you could have telemetry right to your computer. And I'm going to look at you and say, I know you. All right. So let's go to the unsponsored Invisible Speed segment. I'm sorry. I copied Tim Smith for that. He does that. Sorry. I don't know. It just came
If you
out.
hadn't said that, no one would have known.
Yeah. Lots of people listen to his podcast. So the TSR Speed Shop. Andreas Constella. You would think I would know how to say this name. Andreas, I talked to him a lot. Good guy out of Costa Rica. So his question is, how to prevent the rear end stepping out or kicking out under braking. Do I use more droop, more rear brake, different pistons? I see too much weight transfer. So you go. Now you are Dr. Rupert.
I feel like we've already answered this question.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to repeat it.
More rear brake, that would basically make it worse. What happens if you pull the handbrake in your car, right? It's not going to make the rear end have more grip and not step out. So more front brake if anything. Check your balance. Check that you don't have more rear brake. 50-50 or maybe more front brake than rear. That's going to help keep the rear end in line when you brake. Droop. If you don't have enough rear droop, it can make the rear loose when you brake, especially if you're kind of braking in bumps or turning a bit also when you're slowing down, because the weight is moving to the front, then you want to have that rear droop there so the rear wheels can stay on the ground and still have some load on them. So add some rear droop. Make sure you have enough rear droop. Also, I don't know. It's not really. I don't know that it really helps stopping the rear step out, but just sort of in general, making the car more stable under braking, going into corners, is having a hard enough front suspension. So if it's very soft and it dives a lot, you have a lot of a load transfer to the front. That could be a bad thing. So make sure you have hard enough springs, thick enough oils, more sort of stood up shocks further out on the arms on the front. That all helps to support the front more. If you are also turning in at the same time, then, harder sway bar also helps, so the front doesn't want to dive as much on the one front corner of the car. So, yeah, there are a few ideas.
Well, thank you for your information, Dr. Rupert. I think I'm going to call you Dr. Rupert for this section. Yeah.
Whatever you like.
Dr. Pumpernickels. All right, Andres, thank you for your question. Remember, guys, send me your Assault, well, it's not Assault RC anymore, your unsponsored Invisible Speed segment questions. I prefer if you actually send those to me via private message. And remind me, because I get a few private messages every week. So sometimes things get pushed on and I don't see them. All right. Want to protect your expensive battery chargers when you're traveling? Check out RC Raceworks. They have designed and developed a super small, fully enclosed charger case, specifically for the iCharger 308 and 406 Duo. The case features a 1,000-watt, 12-volt power supply, panel-mounted 4mm binding post and balance boards, and a dual 2.1-amp USB charger, as well as a 12-volt panel-mounted auxiliary binding post to power your pit lights, engine, tire, battery warmers, you name it, you can power it. The case was designed for the traveling racer in mind, and the case fits right between the wheels of the OGO 9800 bag, the official bag of every RC racer, making traveling with your charger easier and more convenient than ever. Cases are built to order, and they will soon be offering case kits so that you can build, customize, and build your own custom to your equipment, saving you time and money. Please go to www.rcraceworks.com. And if you're interested in one of these cases, you can use the promo code LEFTY in all small letters and save some shingles on your order. Thank you, RC Raceworks. Go to Facebook or Instagram and check them out. So let's talk about Reedy real quick, Joseph. So, I don't watch much 10 scale racing. I will admit, I'm not even going to try to admit that I'm some expert in 10 scale. But I do like watching good racing. And this is why I enjoy the Reedy Race. Once again, we have proven that Heads Up Racing provides the best racing you can. It was some great racing, dude. Like looking from, I don't know how much racing you watched, which you was wrenching, but I pretty much watched.
I watched all that races that I wasn't in.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm just checking. Man, Fenn came.
I watched some of the races I was in.
You held up for 4 minutes. Like, but we'll get to that later. Your infamous. You made your car the entire width of the track for 4 minutes. Man, there was some great racing in Invitational. I saw Fenn come back from like dead last sometimes to finish first in 4-wheel drive. Makes me so excited for this year, and I'm going to win some money off him. Got to get him on the podcast too. But
you're going to get offended so bad. I can't wait.
Oh no, no. I think in 8 scale he's going to do well. He's going to do good as well. But
sure.
All right. So I did watch all of the Invitational. I did watch some of the Open. I want to say before we even get onto the Invitational, the Open guys, man, the Midwest of America is like the Italy of. It's like the Midwest of America for RC and USA is like Italy is for RC in Europe. It has a shit ton of really fast young guys. Like, I knew they did, but I was looking at the Open mains, and almost all those guys were from the Midwest. That's pretty impressive. How does one section of America produce so many fast, young, and it's been like, I mean, let's look at it. Lutz is from there. Bornhorst is from there. Tebow's from there. Who else is from that area?
Tebow's from California.
No, I thought he grew up in like Illinois, something like that.
No.
Okay. He just lives over that way now. And I'm not going to lie. They embraced the nerdism, man. They all look like they came out of a cookie cutter 10-scale
Nerd
driver.
factory.
Yeah, 10-scale driver factory. They all look the same. All got glasses. All, you know, some got the short shorts on and really small penny, like really thin shoes you can look. But they embrace it. Like that picture you took of Spencer Rivkin, nerd is the new cool. I love that shit. It makes me laugh. But these kids are fast, man. And they race each other. And it was really good to see, like, the parents and everybody that helped them get there come up. And, you know, it was good to see, like, emotion and excitement. They were happy. That's good to see. I'm very hopeful for RC now. I think this young generation coming up, I know they race Nitro too. I know it's very difficult to race Nitro in Midwest. But this gives me hope. They really do. I hope these young kids coming up, I hope these are the guys that take like what you're thinking, what I'm thinking, and what others are thinking about our sport and fucking make it happen. Because then all we old, stubborn guy, almost pro guys who are in RC, they're going to be on their way out. And these guys are going to be ruling everything. And these are the kids that's going to make RC fucking awesome, in my opinion. I hope, anyway. What do you think about that? Was you impressed with them?
Yeah, those Open guys were fast. Yeah, really good.
I was shocked to see Drayton there. What's going on with that? Has he won Open already, or what?
Who?
Drayton Staub.
No, he hasn't won Open.
I'm surprised he didn't race that. Interesting. But yeah, they put on a show, man. Super impressed. And
Tom Rinderknecht or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah, and the horn, Aiden.
He's a really good driver.
Oh yeah.
His cars are piles of shit. He doesn't know how to work on cars, clearly. But I told him, I said, look, don't do anything because you're going good right now. So don't try fixing your cars. Just drive them.
Yeah,
and maybe work on that later on.
And the horns.
I mean, I was watching his 4-wheel in 10-minute main and just wondering, like, at what point does he DNF? But you know, he stayed together.
Do you think any of these guys run their actual? Because I know a lot of these guys run stock. Do you think they actually run their stock cars and just put maybe a faster motor in them?
I don't know. I'm not into stock.
I know.
didn't see anything.
I know I was just wondering. I was like, I wonder if any of these guys are running their actual stock race cars. And the other young gentleman, Horn, his whole family races RC. I think the dad.
Oh yeah, the Horn team.
Yeah,
that's next level.
Yeah, you like that, don't
that's
you?
That's the next level RC family.
Yeah, the dad's fast really too.
Yeah, the one guy one Horn won.
Yeah,
won the two.
Yeah, he was the taller one with the glasses. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. I want to say Aiden. I'm probably wrong. But
I don't know which one it was, but they were good, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the oldest guy in that race was maybe Jackson Brunson, and it's like 21.
I don't know.
So yeah, it's very it's looking good, man. I think this new generation. I saw Tyler Hooks wrote a good article about him on Live RC. It was good, man. It was good to see the camaraderie afterwards and all that stuff.
My immigrant from Mexico, Matthew Gonzalez, he made both mains.
Yeah, I thought he would do like he lives in near OCRC, right?
No, San Diego.
Oh, okay. But he comes to OCRC a lot.
You know, close to Mexico, you know.
I was expecting him to do a little bit better because he put in a lot of time.
Racer, you know. He's just been running stock forever. So he's just moving up. He only recently lost his modified virginity, so it's good. Made both mains. I mean, I guess he has raced the open class before, you know, and just run that race as modified. But now he's kind of started to race modified at other races too. So
I just hope these guys race some more nitro too, and just don't be like 10 scale and e-buggy guys only. Then it would suck. But I know Rindeker Nick, he drives a lot of 8 scale. I know the Fullers, who did pretty good. They're both young. They drive a lot of 8 scale. And talking to a few people, they're like, yeah, these guys all drive 8 scale. But it's just, you know, they only have a limited time to drive it up there in the Midwest.
Hopefully Tom has a mechanic for 8 scale. Otherwise, I can't see him finishing many races.
Yeah. You can never say anything good about anybody without saying something fucking smart.
I did. I said he drove really well. It's really impressive. It's very good in four-wheel drive.
All right. Well, congratulations to everybody in Open. It was exciting. I like 10-minute mains. We need more 10-minute mains in electric racing. Invite. 24 drivers did not fill the field this year. Why?
Because Europeans didn't go. So they didn't have enough drivers. I mean, that's why me and Barry Baker and Shin got in, because they actually only had 21 drivers, but they needed 24.
Yeah.
And I guess 7, well, they could have done 7, I guess, but that would be even worse. So I think that 8 in each race is actually bad. I think it should be 10. It should be 30 drivers. Somehow they need to get 30 decent drivers.
Yeah, man, it would have been great to see Coelho, Orlowski, Coelho.
So the X-Ray guys don't go, I think, because they feel like they can't win, so they don't go.
Well, Ty was there. Which is a shame.
Yeah, but he's, Canadian, but still. I don't know if he's a real Canadian, but, he's still over there, so he races in America. But
they were there for a long time, too.
The X-Ray guys, they don't go, because they feel like they can't win, then it's a waste. So Coelho isn't there, but I think it would be awesome to see him there. He could definitely be in the mix.
Why couldn't we? I'd love to see like Ongaro go race this race.
Yeah, Ongaro, he was supposed to go, then didn't. I don't know why.
Well, he did do the GT World just before that too, so maybe he just
Ronde Falk didn't go because they didn't have their 2-wheel drive. So he's also one that's always in the mix when he's there. So hopefully they can get back to a full entry, 30 drivers, 10 per race, and have more of the top guys and really make it go. I mean, it was good already now, but it's so much better when the field is a bit deeper.
Yeah, I would agree. I had someone ask me, how does JQ get a spot in Reedy? And I said, because they were desperate. But he goes, has he made a European final? I was like, yeah, he has actually. 2015, Robin Hood Raceway, 4-wheel drive. So you are legitimately eligible.
I don't know if that's always or if it's just like you're eligible for that next year. But I guess still, if you've kind of qualified once, then.
Yeah, you've done this. You've done Reedy how many times?
I don't know. Maybe 4 times.
Okay. All right. But yeah, it was a.
I TQ'd open in 4-wheel once and then broke in both mains. That was pretty good.
You know what I found interesting is All right. You said, I remember you saying, I just want to win a race going into this. And then I remember like going through the whole weekend. I was like, win a race? He just needs to focus on leading a lap. And Mike Hill and I were betting.
But I already knew on Thursday it wasn't going to happen.
Oh, I knew from your text. Like, I was like, honestly, I'm really shocked you aren't fully depressed right now. But I think you still had a good weekend. You led 2 laps on the last race, and like the crowd went ballistic. Woo! And then you fell back to third and held the whole other, 5 cars up for 4 minutes?
Yeah, for that like 4 minutes. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was actually so funny. I knew it was going to happen, you know. So when I led that first lap, I think Scotty even announced it. I think he even said like he leads his first lap, but the thing was that the crowd cheered as if I had won the race. all the Kyosho guys in the corner, like Derek Furutani and what's his name? Kevin. Is it Kevin?
Yeah.
CJ's stepdad or
yeah.
however that works, you know, they were all there cheering. So that was funny. And I told, so for the last race, I started second and CJ was on pole. And I told CJ that there's no way he was going to get the whole shot. So I don't know. Maybe I psyched him out because he was kind of slow in the start.
Well, let's talk about Reedy. So, Mayfield won it overall. Mayfield won 4-wheel drive. Cav won 2-wheel drive.
Actually, Dustin Evans won 2-wheel drive.
Did he? I thought Cav did. All right. I'm sorry. My mistake. I thought he did. Okay. Let me bring up the results. Here. So, you're probably right. But, tell us.
This was an unusual Reedy in a sense because in my mind, there was no doubt really at any point that Mayfield would win. He was just that much better, I felt. And the AE guys like Rivkin and Evans, they kind of struggled a bit in 4-wheel. So they were, down in the points, and Cavalieri was running 2-wheel. He hadn't raced before the TLR. Fend had some bad results already, I think, in 4-wheel, right? Do you have the results? So it was like Mayfield had a good lead and he was just on it. We only had 8 cars. The track was the kind where it was easier than in previous years for the fast guys to get to the front. So there wasn't really excitement regarding the win that much. I mean, Mayfield pretty much had it. Unless he would have like a really bad race or bad luck, then he was going to win. That was kind of how it was. But having said that, it was really impressive to watch. Like at this race, you can really see the elite guys and how they are different to the really good guys. So, I think really good drivers are the ones who often are unlucky. They say, "Oh, I had bad luck," or other people say like, "Oh, he was so unlucky." But it's actually because they aren't good enough to improve their chances of getting out of a situation or not being in a bad situation. The really elite guys, they are just so good in traffic or any situation on the track that it seems like they're just lucky or that they don't have that bad luck that others have. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
So just one example. Of Mayfield coming through the pack, which I saw happen right in front of me. And everything sort of happened in a second, I guess, like a short period of time. But watching it happen and then sort of thinking about it afterwards, like everything that just happened, and just realizing like that's why he's winning this race. Like that's why he's winning, and someone else in that same situation would tangle with another car or not make the pass or something. These elite guys like Mayfield or Fend or Cavalieri, they just have this last percentage of skill, talent, racecraft that makes a difference in a race like this. So I can't remember who it was, but there was someone ahead of Mayfield, and they came. This was in four-wheel drive, I think it was. They came down the back straight, and there was that sweeper, the roller in the corner, then this sort of single into the triple. You know that section?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so they come around the sweeper, the single, the roller in the corner, and then that single. And off the single, Mayfield's car kind of got a bit sideways, like a bit squirrely. So he drifted a bit further out, and then he was kind of behind the car in front. So as the car landed off the single, he had to adjust correct his car, then adjust the angle to the jump, so he would still jump to the inside of the triple. And because he was outside and because his speed was different, he had to also adjust his speed that he hit the triple. So in that moment, he corrects his car, turns to jump towards the inside of land the triple on the inside of the corner, accelerates just the right amount to actually make the jump still, and he made a pass. So in a situation where he was basically losing control a bit, making a slight mistake, he corrected the mistake, still jumped better than the car in front, landing on the inside of the car, exactly downsided the jump, and made a pass.
That's what makes Mayfield fucking amazing.
Just watching that, it's like, you could say that, he made a mistake. Like, the car just got loose. Like, that happens, But he corrects that, adjusts his line, adjusts his speed, still makes a pass perfectly clean on the inside of someone who was ahead of him. And it all happened in, like, fractions of a second, like, everything he did.
That's he's known for that, though. Like, recovering from mistakes.
It's just amazing when you see those moments. It's like, there's no time to think about that shit. That just happens. Like, it's instinct. You know what to do. It's like over those triples. He actually did case them quite a bit, but still, you see, like, sometimes, in forward drive, this is so obvious. Sometimes he does a jump, like, as soon as the car leaves, he can tell, like, oh, I might come up a bit short, and then he just gives it a bit of gas to raise the nose a bit, to jump just a fraction further. So he makes the jump.
Yeah. That's amazing. Who would you compare Mayfield to, like, any other driver that you've seen?
I don't know. He used to be a lot more aggressive, driving style and also with other drivers. And actually that came up at this race because there was one race where he actually waited twice and still finished second. Or did he even win it? I can't remember now. He either still won it or still finished second. And it was a race where he tangled with other drivers when he tried to overtake them. So then he would wait, and one of the waits was really long because the other guy crashed. But he still eventually found his way by both of the guys clean. And in years past, he wouldn't have done that. But yeah, now he's older and wiser and wants to win in a way where there's no one can say anything about it. No one can say anything negative. No one can say that he's a dirty driver or he did something wrong. Like, he won fair and square. If he hit someone, he waited. He still beat them. Yeah, it was
he seems to be
really impressive.
He seems to be getting better with age.
That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, he's amazing, dude. We talk about Ongaro and Runner Falcon and all that, but Mayfield is truly amazing, and he's been amazing for so long, and he's like not slowing down. That's the incredible thing about it. So should be interesting. DNC will be interesting. The gardener showed up. He's mowing the lawn. So if anybody hears anything in the back, that's what it is. I apologize.
And there's some construction here. I don't know if you can hear that.
No, I can't hear yours, but he was supposed to come this morning, but he didn't. So
so Mayfield clearly deserved his win, but another person that surprised me a bit, was Cavalieri, because
your bromance.
That's not why though.
I know
he's running the S-Works 4-wheel, not really an established car. There's still things to work out on it. It's not. Let's say it's not like 100% there yet, but he made it work, and he had good results in 4-wheel. He ran a TLR in 2-wheel, hadn't run the car before, or hadn't raced the car before, and still he did great. Finished 3rd overall. So
yeah, it was a great weekend for him. I was impressed with him, really.
A comeback in a sense.
I think it was like a fuck you to everybody, like who called me out, like even us, because I said I was disappointed in him last year, and it's a good result for him. It's a confidence booster. It's a great result for Raw Speed as well. I know they're happy about that. And S-Works.
Yeah, but it's control tire.
Oh, right. I forgot about that shit. Fuck.
But still.
Yeah. But it's still headlines. I forgot all about it being a control tire. What were the control tires anyway?
Proline in 2-wheel and J Concepts in 4-wheel.
Okay. And how about Rivkin, man? Will Rivkin win this race?
And one day he'll win it. I mean, he's so young still.
He's.
I think he was. Okay, do you have the results there?
I do. Let's bring it up.
Check his 4-wheel finishes versus 2-wheel.
Okay, so.
Read out his 4-wheel finishes.
4-wheel finishes. Oh, shit. He was way down. Where is he? Oh, man. He was way down. Okay, no, sorry. He started. I didn't see it. Okay, round 1. 17-5, 17, 17-5, 16, 16-5.
No.
What do you want?
Positions. No one cares about times.
Oh. This is giving me, it says 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2.
You don't know what you're doing.
I don't. I'm looking for, hold on, here we go. I found it. Never mind. All right. So his positions for 4-wheel drive were 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. This is finishing positions.
Last one. Okay, so it's not that bad. And then 2-wheel drive.
He was a 5,
1, 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, he was closer than I thought. Yeah, I don't know.
Even Fenn wasn't too far away.
He just a bit off.
No, he was.
Rivkin had a few sort of key mistakes. He counted a 3 in 4-wheel drive, which hurt him. Only one race. It's not like he was sort of finished the races on the podium. He counted a 4 in 2-wheel drive. That's the one that then put him out of contention, really.
Yeah. He got 2 4s in
2-wheel
drive. So.
Just a tad off.
Yeah. It's coming, dude. I think Rivkin's just, speaking of like the nerds and stuff, that he's leading the whole nerd force. Like, the force is strong with these nerds. I don't know.
Force is strong with the nerds. Yeah.
I wonder if they have carbon fiber pocket protectors.
What?
Carbon fiber pocket protectors.
Pocket protectors?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you remember Revenge of the Nerds. You ever watched that movie? You should. It's actually funny. And they had, like, back in the day when you had pens and stuff, they had a pocket protector that went in the day was wear button-up shirts. So they had a pocket, like a plastic pocket protector. So the pen, if it leaked, it didn't go all over your shirt. They called it a pocket protector. It's a nerdy thing.
Cool story.
But you know what shocks me about this, Joseph? Once again,
what?
The 10 skill only drivers, Dustin Evans, JP Richards. I want to say, would you say Suguria is a 10 scale only driver?
More 10 scale, I think. He runs 8 scale too, though.
Mm-hmm. Ron Duvall is mostly a 10 scale driver. These guys, like, if you only race 10 scale, I should see you in these top 3. At least this top 5. And Dustin Evans finished 8th, and JP Richard finished 21st. And they had a shitty Worlds too. So what's going on with these 10 scale early drivers? Is it just showing that, if you drive all classes, you're just better?
Or is it just that when you are that good, then you sort of have to run all the classes that your sponsors want you to?
Yeah, but if your job is only to do 10 scale and you're not performing on a 10 scale level, what use do I need of what use of you? What are you useful for?
Yeah, I don't know.
You get what I'm saying here, is that you look at all these top guys, Mayfield, Rivkin, Cav,
Dustin Evans in four-wheel drive, that's really what killed him. I mean, he had 4.55, 5.77. He was 18th after four-wheel drive. Then two-wheel drive, he was 1.5.1.1.2.2 and dropped the 5. So he won two-wheel drive.
Yeah, it's
18th in four-wheel drive and first in two-wheel drive.
But this is your job. Like, this is 10 scale is your job.
Yeah, so you should have your four-wheel drive figured out.
It's not like you're off racing on some race in Europe, some 8-scale race that's taken all week. You get what I'm saying? It was the same at the Worlds, man. So for me, it shows if you race nitro, you're going to be fast, whatever you do. So there you go, people. Race more nitro because it's glory. Makes you faster.
Yeah. So who else? So Tebow, last year's champion.
Tebow finished. Actually, there was a 3-way tie. I didn't even realize that. Fenn, Champlin, and Tessman. All 25 points. Champlin is somebody to watch, too. I think he's got it.
Tebow was top 3 in all his four-wheel drive runs. Counted a 3. Then in two-wheel drive, he struggled a bit. He basically lost it in round 3 with a 6, and then round 4 with another 6, and then he was out. Had 1, 2, 6, 6, 8, 3.
How about
he was kind of still in the mix after four-wheel, but then in two-wheel he lost it. He had a couple of bad races there in the middle.
What about Ty? Like, he spent a lot of time there before the race.
Yeah. Ty was, I would put Ty in the sort of disappointment category. I think he's normally, I'm going to say he has been better here. Hasn't he even podiumed? Finished second or something?
I can't remember. I'm sure some of the listeners will let us know. But
yeah, in four-wheel drive, he finished 2, 3, 8, 2, 1, 4. Oh. 7th in four-wheel drive. And then in two-wheel drive, he finished 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 3. 5th overall. So, I mean, not super terrible, but when you finish 5th and there's only 8 cars and one of them is me or Shin or Barry, then, it's not that good, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be impressive to see how they are at DNC as well. That's going to be a big, for me anyway. I think he just, yes, he won the Nats in 2018 and stuff like that. But I think they're kind of under. I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure they're under pressure from themselves to do well at a big race here this year, or many big races.
Maybe they need to become mechanics. Just go pit for Bruno. He'll win.
I don't know.
Go to Brazil, go to the Worlds and pit for Bruno, and he'll
wasn't
win.
Wasn't he subject of some controversy too? Didn't he? Like I saw, like he hacked somebody or something as well. Did you see that?
Yeah, he did kind of hack Tebow. Actually, that's one. That's sort of. That's how you lose points too. I mean, Tebow was winning that race, and then he got sort of steamrolled by Ty. But I think that's fair because they're both men of God, and I'm sure they both prayed. So it's sort of equal. You can't call into question some kind of divine intervention because they're on an equal playing field here. It's man against man. So Tessman just took Tebow out, ran him over, and there's mayhem, and He just didn't wait and kept on going. Like similar sort of situation as I explained earlier. Mayfield in that situation waits and tries again. So there was that. But yeah, it didn't help him to the win.
What about your fellow Finn, Juna Hotnin? How, otherwise than that, anything interesting happened there or anything of note, anything funny?
Well, how can you ask me first? How many questions are you going to ask at the same time? Can I answer Jona first?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I think that Jona is an exceptional talent, because to go to the Reedy race and be able to win, like he won one race. Let's see, his four-wheel drive results 5, 4, 7, 6, 5, 2. Not the best. He himself said he kind of struggled in four-wheel. Not very happy with things like two-wheel drive 7, 3, 5, 1, 6, 4. A lot of those were running up front and then making a mistake and dropping to the back. But he did manage to win one of them. And he's also won the open class here before. And he's also won individual races here before. And the thing is that in Finland, there's nothing like this. In the wintertime, he can race indoors on like concrete floor or carpet / Astro. And then summertime, basically he's running on an 8-scale track with his 10-scale cars. And the season is short, and there's like the competition isn't that high. So if he wants to, like he has that talent, he needs to build up his skill and racecraft. And the only way to do that really is more track time and more racing against better drivers. So in my eyes, like knowing where he comes from and the amount that he can race and practice, it's pretty amazing the level he's at. Like he finished 6th at the Worlds, I think, in two-wheel. It's amazing. Knowing that he's not putting in the same kind of quality track time and work as these other people that he's racing. Like he's not putting in the amount of quality work that, Mayfield or Tessman or Rivkin or Champlain or these guys are able to put in. So now when he's getting a bit older, if he is able to go to the track more, race more, practice more, like really make an effort, I think he can become one of the top guys. I really do. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of path he chooses.
So how old is he?
Actually, I don't even know. Is he 16?
So he's still kind of young. He can't really just hop up and go to California for 6 months right now.
No, but in the coming years.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I think he's going to have to do that. Like just go to California, race 8 scale, 10 scale, do that for a year, maybe 2. And that's how he'll just in that year and 2, he'll go leaps and bounds. All right.
Yeah. Another impressive guy was the orange wheel guy, Yusuke Sugiura. First Reedy, I think, for him. He also won a race in 4-wheel. He had 3.53.164 4-wheel, and in 2-wheel he was 2.63.445. Finished 9th overall. It's pretty impressive. I had never heard of this guy before the 10-scale Worlds. Had you?
No, not at all.
He just podiums the Worlds. 9th at Reedy. Like, whoa, where did this guy come from?
Who's Kauki Kato?
That's a Japanese kid. Youngest driver, probably. There. I don't know how old he was, but young, yeah.
Interesting. And there you are in 22nd. Hey, you didn't finish last. You beat Barry Baker.
No, Barry took care of that. Barry almost had a perfect score of 8s. Tommy Hines broke in the one round, so Barry got 7th. And then in the very last race, he actually legitimately beat JP Richards.
Interesting. So all in all, it sounds like fun. Did you do anything else? You said you was how about, like, this is what I meant to ask. Was there all these, obviously this is a big race and all these teams had, like Yokomo had a big team there, AE obviously, TLR, all these teams. What about Cav, man? It was just kind of him and maybe you.
I did pit opposite to him. So, yeah. I threw him some ideas to try.
Yeah.
Not really a big S-Works team there.
No. Was there anybody there? Was he getting help from the TLR guys on the TLR two-wheel drive?
For two-wheel, yeah, I think so. But four-wheel, yeah, no S-Works guys there.
Wow. That's not easy, man. Not at a race like this with such big teams. This is a big race, man. So, good stuff. And you know what? I got to give him credit because he looked so happy spraying champagne and he almost slipped on his ass. And he caught that really good. If that would have been me, I'd have been dead. I'd have split my head wide open. But, yeah, I think it boosts confidence going into DNC for him. It's going to be interesting.
You know, your head wouldn't even have hit the floor. Your back fat would have hit the floor, and your head wouldn't reach the floor. So you'd be fine. You don't need a helmet when you ride a bike. If you fall over, you'll just roll, and your head will never actually make contact.
I actually hope if I would have fell, I hope I would have landed on top of you. It would have made it well worth it.
I think I would have just I would have been fine too. Because your body would have just sort of molded itself around me. So I would actually been fine.
Shut up. All right. Anything else to add to Reedy before we get off this subject? Anything interesting happen?
I can't think of anything interesting happening. I mean, I had some 805s with some people that I can't name because they were there working for their employers. So I had a cooler and some 805s, and that was really good. Anthony Westergaard has introduced me to the 805 beer. It's pretty good. And
I think I'm having it. I'll have to try it again when I come back.
It made the race a lot more enjoyable, actually.
Well, I was worried about
quite
you.
A bit of fun in the pits.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw your memes, and then I saw that video that you posted with Spencer's dad. It looks like you had fun, man, and that's good. That's good. I'm glad you did. It was great racing. It was great watching it. So I was happy. Now I won't watch 10 scale again until maybe the Euros if it's at an exciting track.
Robin Hood Raceway.
Oh, I'll be watching. Okay, I'll still be watching it. All right. Well, I am going to call you back for the rant, dude. Thank you for your time.
Do you know what an average RC person thinks about every 3 seconds? RC cars, of course. But who can blame us? We're excited about the good stuff, the cars that endure those long safaris, and the parts that make you that 0.1 seconds faster on the racetrack. Those moments to ourselves when we close the door to the outside world just to hear that high-pitched racing beast even louder. So this is for us. From racer to racer. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Please go to www.eurorc.com. Use promo code NNRC to save you some money on your orders.
So what's up, everybody? Joining me on this week's episode all the way from Italy, owner of HotRace Tires. They just made some big news by opening up distribution and hiring Mark Pavitas to help them out in USA. I'd like to welcome Nicola Marrone. That's how you say your last name?
Marrone.
Okay, I said it right. What's up, Nicola? ¿Cómo stai?
Muy bien.
That's how
bene, grazie.
That's how you say, how are you in Italian, right? ¿Cómo stai?
Come stai?
Yeah,
yes,
it's very similar to Spanish. Very similar.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm glad you got some time to come on. We have chatted before. We chatted at DNC last year.
Yep.
And
yep.
I was like, man, I need to get you on the podcast. And I thought, hey, you just announced this news. Let's talk about it some more and let people know who HotRace really is, who you are, and how this whole thing started. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Thank you for coming on.
I want to thank you also. I want to thank also for this opportunity. So thank you.
So tell us, Nico, whereabouts do you live, and how did you get into RC?
Okay, I live in Italy. I live in quite a big city in south of Italy, near to Napoli. The name is Aversa. And I started RC from when I was born. My first photo in my life was with a RC radio. My dad come to the hospital and did me a photo with the RC radio. So you can imagine. And my first race one was I had 7 years old. Was a regional race, and I arrived second, if I remember good. And it's a passion that my dad had RC hobby shop here in south of Italy, and so I born with the RC car around me, and I always did this. Is my first passion, not only passion, fortunately, but is my first passion. So that's all. This is why I am in RC world.
Yes. What did you race first? What was your first class of racing?
GT.
Really?
GT class. Yes, GT class was my first class. Then after I think 5 years, I did my first race with 1.8 on road. Mm-hmm. And I won the national championship under 16. And then I started also with 1.8 on road. I did three or four, I not remember good, European Championship final. Mm-hmm. And I was 2 times national champion. Okay. And I was a pretty good driver, nothing like the world champions or something like that. But yes. I was quite a good driver, nothing special.
So you started in GT. They just had the GT Worlds this past weekend.
Yeah, I know.
No coverage. I was upset. I really think that class is great. I have a GT sitting right here, a Mugen one that I haven't even driven yet.
I think that the class is great, but not on the road track. We need to. I know, like the GT class, this GT class mm-hmm. On the road track, because on road track are too big. Mm-hmm. So the GT class car are too heavy. So you have a lot of for the engine is not easy.
Okay.
So for my idea, it's better to go in the street, more
Parking
or less.
Lot, yes.
And do it. Yes. And I like more. But anyway, it's my first class, so I love it. So
yeah.
For me,
it's really popular in like Latin America, the Caribbean. It seems popular like in Spain, Portugal, and certain areas of, Asia. But it's not really big in America.
I know. In Italy, it's super big.
Okay.
When I was young, we went to national championship and we was 120, 130 drivers. It was super, super cool, super, really, really nice. It was similar to 1.8 on road. Mm-hmm. So more or less the same drivers in these classes.
Well, Italy has such a rich tradition. I mean, Bruno just said his name the other day. Oh, the Italian guy. Collari. He's like a 9-time world champion. That's insane.
Yeah.
And he still races. Like he does fifth scale and everything.
Yeah. But 9-time with 1.8 road.
Yes.
Only 1.8 road. Yes. If I remember good, 5 times in a row. Then for 2 times he not won. And then 4 times in a row.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's amazing. Really, really amazing.
So,
and right now that he's getting old, he's still fast.
That's what I mean. He raced fifth scale worlds not too long ago. And
yeah.
He's. I remember when he. I had one of his Pico off-road engines back in the day for my car, a Pico Calari.
Yeah. Also Pico, he's super good.
There's so much history out of Italy, like in RC, that we don't realize. You know how much of a rich hit. A lot of the things that we have now started in Italy, like, you know, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's especially with the on-road class, also with buggy, but especially with the on-road class, we have a lot of good drivers. We had and we have.
Yes,
and so it's really amazing.
All right. Well, how old are you, Nicola?
29.
You're still young, man.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately, yes.
All right. So
I am still young.
Yeah. So you're living the dream, man. Trust me. I believe you are, and I admire what you're doing. So
yes.
All right. So you used to race on road. When did you turn your focus to be working in the industry and tires, HotRace especially?
HotRace more or less is right now is all my life. So I work more or less night and day for HotRace. I started the company more than 10 years ago when I was only 18 years old. I started because one Italian company want to sell it their line, their machinery, but I mean their foam line, so on-road tires. And I was immediately inspired by this opportunity. I talked with my dad and said, Dad, I want to do this. My dad said, Nico, okay, if you want, you can do this, but I don't have money for start this company, this factory. Then with I did I don't know how to say, a competition of young businessmen. Yes, of young businessmen that we made in Italy, in south of Italy, which only a few projects were chosen from almost 10,000 projects.
Really?
And yes, and one of these was mine.
Wow.
So thanks to this financial help, I started the HotRace company.
So it's kind of like an Italian Shark Tank. It's a show on television where people who have an idea or an inventions, they come and they pitch it to already wealthy business people. And at the end of the show, they decide.
But was not in television, but this was made by government.
Okay.
And we had, I went to more or less to something like a school for 3 months to explain everything, to see that I was a serious guy for that I want to do this project because it's the work of my life, all these things.
Okay.
So after this, they gave me the opportunity to open the factory, and I had from this project some money, though where the 50% I had to go back, and the 50% was for the company, and so that's all. This thanks to this born the HotRace.
So you have an actual factory. How many people do you employ at the factory?
We are in this moment 5.
Excuse me?
5.
Okay.
5. Yeah, we are 5. And we have 3 guys that work only for on the road. One that work for, you invoice, all these things. And me that I work only on a buggy section right now.
Okay. But you originally started with on-road tires, correct?
Yeah. I started on-road tires, I told you, almost more than 10 years ago.
So how successful, I'm sorry, I don't really follow on-road too much, so I don't know much about that side. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to get some guests on here. Yeah. So how was HotRace in the on-road side of things? Do you guys have some world championships, some Euro championships, or anything like that?
Yeah, the HotRace in on-road championship is like, I don't know. It's like when people see Proline in buggy.
Okay, that's a good analogy.
Yeah. And so everybody's tested for minimum one time our tires in the road.
Okay.
This is sure. So yes, it's like a buggy. We started step by step, and now we are, I think, one of the two or three best brands in the world.
When you first started all this and got that deal from the government to do this, was you like, oh shit, it's coming true. Now I have to perform.
Yes. After that all was true, I went to this company who sold me the machinery, and I went there for try to understand the secret, because I was completely out of this job. Yes, it's my word RC, but Tyres was not my job.
Got you.
So I had only 18 years old. So for me, it was really not easy.
That's so crazy.
So yeah, it really was
18 years old, and you got like a tire company in one of the hardest markets in the world, like in a niche within a niche, man. And you're still here 10 years later. That's amazing, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't realize that. That's why I was looking forward to this chat, because I wanted to find out more about you. So,
thank you.
10 years you've been into the tire game. When did you guys start to transition over to off-road?
Oh, okay. So it's almost 5 years ago. Because I decided to start also buggy for two things. The first one was because Federation introduced control tires for on-road nitro races. You can imagine that a guy like me that want to have a competition, want to develop the products, to have a handout tires, you killed me. Because I really know, like, maybe I can make more money with the handout tires, but I don't like. It's not a race. It's not competition. It's nothing. And the worst thing is when you, like a company, you go to the race. You're like a company, I mean, you are a car company or engine company. You come to the race. You are a world championship. You are first in the main, and one tires come off because the glue was not correct. This is, I think, unbelievable and cannot happen. But if one company have to produce 4,000 set of tires, it's impossible that all 4,000 set of tires are 110% perfect. It's impossible. So I think, this is my opinion, that if you have a race and you have a competition, especially on high level, you must have a decision. You must have a competition. Without competition, no way. This is my opinion, and I know that the other tires company, maybe the 80% not agree with me. But to be honest, I don't like handout tires. I don't like the mono brand. It's something that completely I don't like.
Okay.
So this was the first reason that I started off-road. And the second reason was when, maybe the most important, one was I was in Axos for 2014 World Championship.
Yes.
It was super cool. Really super cool. And I went on, I said to my dad, I want to start a buggy. And my dad said, you are crazy, Nico, please stop. No buggy. Buggy, it's really difficult. The American companies are too big. It's impossible for you to go inside to the market. I said to my dad, I want to try. If you say me no, I try more. So I want to try. And in the end of 2015, I started my off-road line. So after 1 year of buggy of Naxos, I started my to sell to this journey in 1.8 buggy.
So how did you start? Did you just like get some drivers or a couple of guys you know?
No, I started like more or less similar to on-road. One company wanted to sell their molds, their production of off-road tires.
Okay.
I bought this, and then I started to study the rubber, because rubber is super difficult.
Yes.
Super difficult. So I started rubber. I had the help of some companies. And then I remember that my first test on track, we compared tires with I remember IKA or Proline, I not remember. My tires was 6 seconds slower. 6 seconds.
Oh wow!
It was not able to do the jumps. I was desperate. I say, oh my god! And now what I have to do? Then after 4 or 5 months, I tested the game. And we was pretty close. And they said, okay, now we can start to do something. I did the first race in the end of 2015 with Marco, with Baruffolo.
Yes.
Marco was without any contract with Tyres. I went to him and said, Marco, you don't know him. You don't know me. I am Nicola from HotRace. I did these tires. Please, you want to test in one qualify? And he said to me, okay, I talked with my dad. If he say yes, we can test. Marco's dad said, yes, no problem. Marco tested and did the TQ immediately. I was surprised because I said, oh my God, yes, TQ, it's amazing. And then after 2 months, Marco not did the race with my tires because he wanted to use in the main because he didn't know how Tyres works for 1 hour. So, but for me it was a success because Marco did a TQ with my tires. I was super happy. Then we did a race together in Padova. The first race in Padova was in the end of 2015. And Marco did the TQ in nitro and in electric, and one electric brushless, and arrived second behind the one guy. His name is Robert Bachet, and now he's with me.
Oh, so, he's a little bit famous. Just a little bit.
Yes. Yes. So for me, it was amazing. And from that, I started to... Then from January, this race was in November, December. And from January, we started to sell the tires, the bug tires.
So Marco has been with you from the start, pretty much.
Yes.
Wow.
Marco is the first.
You know what?
He's the first.
When I look at Marco, I just think like this dude must get so many. He's like I'm just like this guy is like he must get so many women back in Italy. Like he's so cool, and it's like he's a good looking dude. I'm not into that's not my thing, but I can say hey, he's a good looking dude. Even my wife saw a picture of him like hey, he's good looking, but. He's got that good, and he's so underrated as a driver. That's what aggravates me. He gets in a lot of trouble because he's so aggressive, but I think he's one of the fastest guys to even drive at this moment right now. If he's on and he's not getting aggressive, he can. I saw him do some lines at DNC. Nobody else was doing. I was like, I would never have thought of that. But I like him. He's aggressive. I like his attitude.
I know it's. For me, it's like a younger brother. And Marco is a huge talent.
Yep.
Really, really huge. Sometimes I say to him, okay, Marco, try a road car. And immediately, he's fast. Immediately. After 3 laps. He's crazy. Really crazy. His problem is that he's too much crazy.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
We need to keep calm him. It's not easy with him. He's a super nice guy, really super nice guy. And but he's a bit crazy.
I love him. I love it like how he is. We need more guys like him in RC.
Yeah.
And he could.
He's a super nice, and but he's crazy on track and sometimes out of track. So, I like him because when I had 18, 19, 20 years old, I was similar to him. So I can't say him nothing because I was really similar to him. So now I am much more calm and it's okay. But in the past I was similar. So
Yeah, you understand.
It's okay. I understand. I fully understand.
He, I think he surprised a lot of people at DNC 2018 by being so fast. And I really think that's where a lot of the whole gyro talk came from. Because
I know.
I didn't even know. I was like, who's this guy? Like, I had heard of him, but I didn't know who he was. And then Joseph's like, yeah, he's okay. Like, he's, and that's, ever since then, I've just been really paying attention to the Italian RC scene because you guys have got so much talent there. So much. All right. So, Barufalo, who else have you had in your stable? Didn't Ongaro run HotRace at one point?
At the moment, no.
No, but he did before, right?
No, never.
Okay.
He never tested our tires.
Okay. But
he never tested.
All right, so now you have Robert, Barufalo, you have Cole, who was like a great pickup. Who else do you have in Europe?
We have Martin Bayer.
Okay.
He will race next year. This year he will race. Last year he stopped it because he was focused on 110. So, but this year he will race again. We had some good young drivers that we help.
Yes,
we help with behind the distributor. Thanks also to the help of distributors. So we have a good team. I think that we no need to have a big team. We just need to have a right person inside the team.
I agree with you, man. That's
and if you have a good person, a good guy, before to a good driver, you work with another spirit. So for me, the first thing is that they are good. We stay good together. We test and we have a good feedback. So this is the most important thing. And I think that Cole, Robert, and Marco, both of three are super good guys, super funny guys. People like them, and they are always there for help customers. So this is the first important thing. And of course, they are, I think, some of the 10, 15 best drivers in the world.
Yeah, most definitely.
So it's a really good team, and I like to have these guys with me.
So what has been besides the rubber and getting the compounds, because I believe the compound is probably more important than the actual tread at most times.
The compound.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Please continue.
What has been the biggest challenge to you in the off-road scene besides just getting the rubber compound down?
It's to have a right compound for the all condition is impossible, to be honest. It's really impossible. And the main goal is to have a good tires for all condition, but good are not the best. To have the best in all condition, you must have 20 different tires, 20 different rubber. It's impossible for the customers start to sell the tires. For me, it's important that customers, my distributors, don't need to have a lot of I don't know how to say.
A lot of different stock.
Yes, right. If I have 20 different patterns and 10 different compounds, it's impossible. If you have to buy tires, you see the price list and say, okay, I have to buy 20 different patterns with 10 different compound. Okay, I not buy. It's impossible. So it's important to have 3-4 compounds that work in all conditions. And is the main difficult goal to do this. Mm-hmm. I have some help from some big company that work for real cars that help me for this, for the rubber and this. So thanks also to this help, the tires that I am now are people like tires. Yes, maybe some people can like more than others, mm-hmm. or vice versa. But it's also thanks to this biggest company that are behind me that our tires are more or less good. I don't want to say good, but mm-hmm. are more or less good.
Well, you guys started. I think one of the biggest challenges also was getting into America. You guys started with TJ, Bradley, and Daniel. Out of East Coast.
We are still with them.
And they've done a great job in the last year and a half, 2 years. I think. Really good job.
Yes. They are doing a super job in the USA.
Oh yeah, TJ is a great dude too as well. Still trying to get him to get me a podcast with Ben Wallace, but it's very hard to do.
It's hard with Ben. Yeah, they are behind Ben. So the distribution is under Wallace Motorsport, mm-hmm. and TJ Bradley is our man for off-road market.
Yeah. Good guy. Likes to have fun too. That's what I like.
Super good. Super good.
So I just saw your Facebook Live. You told me a few months ago, well, I think it was like back in summertime, I was talking to you about the podcast. You said, I got something big planned.
Yes.
And I thought it was like, you're going to do a race. And I saw a race come up. And I guess this is what you was working on. But you just announced that you're now going to be, you're opening up a factory in California now.
Yep.
So you're going to be producing tires there, and
yes, we produce tires in California.
So and Mark Pavidis has joined your team, which I think is a great addition. I did a really good podcast with him earlier last year, and I didn't think he was going to come back into RC, to be honest, because he was kind of just out of it.
To be honest, me too.
So how did you make that happen?
Passion. Just passion. Trust me, just passion. I contacted him 2 years ago. I contacted him for 1 year, maybe all weeks. And I said, Mark, please come with me. He said, no, I want to stay out of RC, no more RC. Okay. But me every week, I was there to brought him. And then some months ago, I not remember how many months ago, he sent me a message, okay, Nico, you are like me when I was young. But now I have again and still this passion. But if I have to do something in RC, I want to do with you. So when you come here in USA, call me and we speak together. And was last February. Yes, last February for DNC, we talked, but just talked, nothing more. And then I started to think to start a production in USA for 2 reasons. The first one is that in this moment, with the production that I have here in Italy, I am not able to sell to all my distributors in the world. So the requests are more of what I can produce right now. The production in Italy is not big. So my production is small and I'm not able to to cover all the requests that we have.
Okay.
So this was the first reason of what I said, okay, maybe I can open in USA, where the USA is the biggest market. And with USA production, I can cover North and South America. Mm-hmm. And the second reason was because of a Mark, to be honest.
Okay.
So to have a Mark in the team is I need to do something big.
Yes.
And I said to him, Mark, I want to do this. And Mark said to me, Nico, it's a really good idea. No one in this moment have two production, so two factory production, one in Europe and one in USA. So if you want to do this, I will be with you. And so we started with a market experience, with my experience, and we started. We did the factory, the production in the USA, and Mark is behind all the production in USA, and he helped for the new thread pattern, for the new compound, for everything. Okay. And when he go, he also come to the races. He will be at the NC, maybe not the first day, but he arrived Friday for sure. So he will be with us. He's our man behind production in USA, and so that's all. But
is this his full-time job now?
No.
Okay.
We start that he continue with this job, and this is his more or less like his second job.
Okay.
But we wanted to start like this. I like to do all step by step. Is all what I am doing is doing with the HotRace money, not with the bank money or something like this. So I like to stay under, and I like to do all step by step with calm, without not any risk, because this is a risk for me, because I invest, to be honest, a lot of money for my company.
Yes,
because it's not a big money, a big company. Because people think, HotRace is big, a lot of money. No, HotRace is not big. HotRace is like when we born 10 years ago with 5 guys that work into the company, and all what we are doing is doing with money of the factory, not with the bank or with my family money or something like this.
So you don't owe money?
It's no, right. It's only factory money.
So how is the factory in USA? How many people are you got working there? The same amount, or just a few guys? Or how does that work?
No, just a few guys. No, just a few guys. Just to have a production, and then Mark will do all the other job. So it's not like here,
Okay.
Because they only have to produce 1/8 off-road tires, not foam tires, not 110, no. Only 1/8 off-road.
Sounds good, man. I was shocked. I was like, what's this all about? And then I thought, and
yes, I thought many guys was shocked. I received, I don't know how many messages, really, but really a lot of messages, and people not understand. But Mark is with you, but only as driver. No. Mark, maybe if he wants, he will do some races, but he's with me to work in behind the production. To help to company to grow up, and so that's all.
Well, this time as well, he can go out with his son. Ryan's accomplished; he can tell him what's going on.
Yes,
and help him out with testing as well.
Ryan will be with us, of course. He will be another driver for us in the USA, and he was the first to test tires that we made in USA, because I made the first tire last Friday when I was in USA. Then Saturday we went to test with Ryan, and to be honest, it was good. Was a good test. Now I bring some tires here in Italy to test with Rupert and Marco. But the rubber, the compound is more or less of what we have here in Italy. We just tried to improve a little bit, and I think that we did it. So
yeah,
it's okay.
This is going to be a really big step for you in America. You got Cole, he's out there doing well. Ryan and Mark Pavidis, like, I think you are definitely on the right path. And yeah, I'm happy for you, man, because I like to see the small guy come up. Like, it's like, I hope one day I can have this with JQ Racing. Like, maybe one day we win something big with a driver or something. Who knows? Yeah. But it's definitely like David versus Goliath. But which brings me to my, to my next question is, like, have you, like, look, we all know, like, Proline, aka J Concepts, they're the three big giants in this industry when it comes to tires. And like, let's be realistic. That's a lot of money in tires in RC. Have you received?
Yes, to be honest.
Go ahead.
Please continue.
Have you, coming from I know, like, this is business, and I've heard stories about other companies and whatnot, but have you received any, what's the word I'm looking for? Any opposition to what you're doing from any of the other tire companies?
To be honest, no.
Okay.
Not because they are colossal. So I think that they are so big that for them is more or less not important what a quite small company like mine do in RC. I think. But to be honest, I never had a problem with these three companies. Never.
They're watching. Trust me. All the companies watch, so they know what's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But to be honest, when people's also 2-3 years ago, when one driver arrived to me and say, "Oh, I tested your tires. I compared with the Proline, and your tires." For example, I say Proline or AKA one of these big brands. I don't want to say nothing bad. And I tested your tires compared to this one. Are better. I like them. For me, it's an honor.
Yeah, I get that.
To be honest, because to compete with this colossal, for me, is an honor.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the best way to do it, man. Goliath underestimated David, and look what happened. So, I love it. Like, I love your attitude. I think the best thing for me was after the Euros in 2018. I loved your Facebook post. I was like, "Oh, I like this guy," and I hadn't met him yet. And
yeah,
I love it, like, because we need more of that, like, passion. This is a young, passionate entrepreneur in our industry who's like showing his frustration, like, and I like that. Like, was you really frustrated after that? He was like, I think he was. I would have been a bit upset too.
It was, to be honest, not easy moment for me.
Mm-hmm.
Was I don't know how to say. Was really not bad. Mm-hmm. Because it was not bad. Because in that week, we was the fastest tires, for sure. And but that main was for me not horrible, but was not easy. Because I am sure that also with my tires, he won the race. I am sure.
Yeah,
was for this that I was really upset.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was, and I am sure now that the results was the same. But it's okay. Was another step of my company, of my life. So it's okay. And now maybe it's better.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you just gotta make some waves. Sometimes you just have to, especially when you're a small company. You gotta make those waves.
Yeah.
So
yes,
but I loved it, and I was like, yeah, this guy. And I talked to Joseph about it. He goes, yeah, he's super passionate, Keenan. You should talk to him one time. And I said, yeah, I am. And yeah, I just see really good things for you. Like, I see HotRace everywhere in in America. A few of them, our JQ guys are running HotRace. And Cole's killing it right now. And then you have, like, I know, like, other drivers who don't really have a deal, like top drivers, they're using their tires. I know Joseph has tried your tires as well, you know. So, it's good, man.
Yes.
It's good.
Yeah. Oh, it's good. Also, for example, David Isherwood, that is free with the tires. I think that he did 5 races or 6 races when he's free with tires, and the 3 of these he used my tires.
Yeah, that's good for you.
So for me, it's a good and it's a pleasure because he can choose whatever he wants. And for 3 races, if I remember good, he used my tires. So for me, it's really good, and I am honored over this.
All right. So it's 2020. We know that you're going to be at DNC. We have a Worlds coming up this year. What are the plans for HotRace this year and going forward? What do you see in the future for you guys?
I just hope to grow up, to grow more and more. And for this year, I think that to do maybe one more trade partner, just to have one more, and no more drivers. We are, as I told you before, we are okay like this. Company now is bigger than before with the production USA. I think that we are the only one company in RC industry to have 2 factory production. Nobody says this, I think. So it's I just want to grow up. To be honest, I want to win because I live. Yes, we need to make money because without money we cannot live. But I live first of all for win and to have the best product. So I want that when you or when Ronnie Falk or when another guy test the tires, say, "Oh my God, these are really something special." I work for this. So I work for have the best. I hope to do this. I'm doing my best.
Well, you have some good drivers behind you, man, and you have other drivers that are good using your products. So it's going to be interesting to see at DNC. I hope all the European guys come over this year more than last year.
That, I don't know, to be honest, because Marco for sure come because he come with me, and I think Davide Ongaro for sure come. I think Elliot come, Canas come, maybe Robert, he doesn't come.
Okay.
But I think that all the top drivers from Europe will be there.
Yeah, it's gonna. I just love to see that Europe versus USA. That's my goal. See that because I brag about the Europeans all the time. And
maybe one time we can organize a race Europe against.
I think it would be
USA
great.
Drivers.
I think it would be like they do in golf.
Yeah. I think that should be nice and super interesting.
Yeah, like pick a team from each. Like all right, like a 4-man team or 5-man team. Make it a 10-man race, and pick 5 from America and 5 from Europe, and go at it. Or make it 12. You can pick 2 from like Asia. Get 2.
Yeah. I like it. Should be nice. Maybe we can organize.
I love the health. I love the healthy. I think competition's great, and there's always been competition between America and Europe in racing and sports. And not really, because Europe's always been better at like football, and they don't really play basketball, stuff like that. Not like America, but. I love the competition, and I want to see it more. And I think it makes the race even more interesting. Like, we know like Davide, Marco, they're all Ronafalk. They're coming like they want to all win. Canas, they want to win this. Like they're not thinking about second or third. They want to win this.
No. They want to win. Yeah.
And
they don't want to arrive second for sure.
I know. All right, but one of my things that I've noticed, and I mentioned earlier, is that Italy is right now, there's so many fast, young off-road drivers because I'm mostly off-road.
Yes.
Like Ravaglia, Polito.
I know.
Obviously Ongaro, Barufalo, Berton, Zancatin, if he, when he can get it going. And there's probably more that I don't even know about. How is Italy producing so many fast racers?
I think that all started by Zancatin. Zancatin was the first one to introduce the Italian kids in the world when he did the final at Naxos World Championship.
Yes.
If you think, started all from there. When Zancatin did the main final in Naxos, after years, Italians.
Yeah, it does seem
and
like
now we have, I think, 6, 7, 8 kids that can do the main at World Championship.
Yeah, Volante, I didn't even put him in there. He's another fast, young Italian guy.
Yes, but there are a lot of Italian guys that are fast. But really a lot. It's crazy in Italy right now. If you, for example, if you go to a race in Italy with the old drivers and you are a good driver, but a good driver, I mean good old driver, it's difficult to do the main. It's really difficult.
Why do you think it's such an uptick in these young fast guys, though? You said Zancatin, but what is it in Italy that's making these guys fast? Is it just a lot more competition?
I think the track that we have in Italy are super difficult.
Okay.
And this is the first step. And I think that Zancatin started to grow. I don't know how to say, to grow up the level in Italy. And then the competition between drivers. They are all friends. Under the driver's stand are all friends, or better, out of track are all friends. But on the track, they want to win. They are young. They want to win. They are aggressive. To be honest, I like. I think that the competition between all of them help to grow up the level in Italy.
Yeah, it's extremely high. Who do you think is like the next Ongaro coming up? I asked this at DNC, and they said one name, a very young racer, but I can't remember.
Very young.
Ongaro is what, 18, 19?
19, yes, I think 19. Yes, Ongaro is amazing. It's really all the preparation that he has, they work really like a Formula One team.
Yeah.
His father is amazing on prepare the car. Barry is amazing on prepare the car. Davide, I can say nothing. He's super.
He doesn't even.
He's really, really super.
You're like, hey, so are you gonna be? He's like, yeah, no problem. I'm like,
yeah.
He doesn't. It doesn't faze him at all. It seems like.
Yeah, he's a super nice guy. But to be honest, when you go to the race in Italy, yes, you have Ongaro that is a world champion, and in this moment is the best or one of the 2-3 best in the world for sure. But when you go to national championship and you have Berton, Barufalo, Polito, Zancatin, you never know who can win the race. You never know.
It's amazing.
And we have the best driver in the world in Italy. But sometimes, for example, not sometimes, in all races, Berton can win, Barufalo can win, Zancatin can win, all can win.
It's amazing, man.
It's amazing. It's really, really amazing.
So much history there. So much passion too.
Yeah.
My buddy who's Italian is like, man, we Italians, we're hot-blooded, you know? I was like, yeah, you sound like the Dominicans here. Hot-blooded. They don't, you know, they do it on their time and they want to win. No matter, I love it, man. I love it. And I hope to get to Italy one day to experience some RC and some Italian culture because it looks like my type of life. So, Nico, you have been in this industry for a long time, just not too long on the off-road side, but what would you like to see for us to progress further in this this hobby. I call it a sport because it is a sport for some people. It's a hobby for most. What do you think we need to do?
This is a sport. It's not a hobby.
I agree. I totally agree with you. I know people that do it as a hobby, which is cool, but I believe it's a sport. What do you see? How do we go forward? What would you like to see happen in RC? What would you like to change? Or, if you could do anything right now, what would you do?
To be honest, we have to try to go on the television.
Mm-hmm.
Is the first thing. And second thing is to go on the street, in the city,
mm-hmm.
in the center of the city. I think that these are the two big steps that we have to do to become a sport. Because for us, we are a sport.
Yes.
But for the people that see from outside, it's a joke. It's you go to play with a small car. I become crazy. I really become crazy.
A toy car. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate when people say that.
Yeah. It's a small car. It's a toy car, small car. No. This is a sport. You cannot imagine how much work there is behind this. And they not understand. It's really difficult to explain to people that never see RC before, to try to understand how it's difficult. And for us, it's a sport. It's a real sport.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the first mission is to go in the television and go in the city. Do some races in the city.
Just build a track in the city and just have people see it.
Yeah. Yes.
I agree.
I think that these are for my point of view, the two most important things. Going to the schools is super important. Try to people, young guys say, "Oh, it's a RC car. It's super nice. I want to drive." Come on the house and say to, "Is that okay? Dad, I want to buy a RC car." Maybe they start to buy a car of $200, and if he he continue. So we have more drivers, new generation, and something like that. I did something like this in Italy with some schools.
You did?
I went there. Yeah.
Tell us about it.
I went to the schools. I explained my job. Why I started my job. How I started my job. What is the RC? Because people really don't know what is the RC. So I think that we need to do this.
We hide it too much.
To go to the school.
We hide it.
So for me, this is my idea.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that, man. I look at, we need to do everything to make RC offer or period, just RC period bigger. We need to get it in front of people because they just don't know what we're doing. And I think that's the biggest thing. So no matter how we get it in front of people, and it has to be interesting to people, People have to know what's going on. They have to be explained, all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. All right.
Okay.
Well, I do have some more questions that I have to ask you. I didn't send these to you because these are like surprise questions. You kind of have to ask. It's called the 10-question, 10-second segment. And you kind of have to answer them quickly.
Yep.
And we go from there.
NNRC listeners, are you currently having trouble trying to get the power down to the ground? Well, don't you worry. Papa Willy's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, dirt, loose, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willy's Traction Tonic cures poor traction. Benefits of using Papa Willy's Tonic Traction is going to be more traction, long-lasting, light tire wear, sweet scent, clean application, fast acting, fresh fill. Papa's Willy Traction Tonic is also safe on foam inserts and does not deteriorate tire glue. Find and follow Papa Willy's Traction Tonic on Facebook and Instagram. You can also visit them at www.papawillys.net. Use the promo code NNRC at checkout for 10% off. Prepare for victory with the one and only Papa Willy's Traction Tonic.
All right. So, Nicola.
Okay.
If you had to choose one class right now between off-road and on-road, what would you choose?
Off-road for tires, on-road for driving.
Hey, can you drive off-road though? Have you? I've never seen you drive.
I tried, but I am not able to drive. To be honest, I'm like a stupid.
But you still do.
It's not for me.
You still do
Too many
on-road
jumps.
racing. You still do some on-road racing now and then, right?
Yes, but now I have not so much time, to be honest, to do races. I have no time, so last year I did just 3 races. So this year, if all will be good, I go to European Championship, and that's all. No more. Just one race.
Okay. Number 2.
Okay.
If I come to Italy, I like my alcoholic beverages. What drink do you suggest I try in Italy?
Drink?
Uh-huh. What's an Italian drink that you suggest?
Oh my God. To be honest, Negroni.
Negroni. What's that?
Yes. It's like a orange and a small part of gin.
A small part of gin. Okay.
Yeah.
Number 3. You're Italian. You're into on-road. I assume you like Formula 1 as well?
Yes, of course.
Who's your favorite Formula 1 driver?
Famous?
Your favorite one. Who
Okay.
you like the most?
Okay, Michael Schumacher.
Really? Interesting.
Yes.
You seem like an Ayrton Senna type of fan, but Michael had a similar drive. Very good.
For me, was Schumacher for sure, but I love it. Juan Pablo Montoya.
Me too. I like him too. I actually had an autographed picture of him. Like I bought it in England, and it got destroyed a couple of years. There's a big picture of his car, and he ruined his career when he went to NASCAR though. Like just But I like him.
He's a crazy driver.
Yeah. All right.
He's like Marco Baruffo.
Yeah, that's a good example. All right, number 4. What is, in your opinion, the best off-road track in Italy?
Best off-road track in Italy. Oh my God. I think right now is the track that is close to my home. Is a Nitro Race San Potito track.
Is that where the RCGP was?
No,
that's
no. This was Asti.
Okay.
This is a track near my home, 1 hour from my home, where I did my race, the Bug Summer Cup. I did there. I think it's maybe the best. But we have a lot of good tracks. We have Asti, Sacile. We have a lot of tracks in Italy, to be honest. We have a lot of tracks.
Okay. Number 5. This is another Italian question. Do you like football?
Yes.
Who's your favorite Italian player of all time?
Italian player of all time? Oh, my God. Roberto Baggio.
Who's your team?
Team? Napoli.
Napoli? Do you only follow Italian football, or do you follow football outside of Italy?
Outside of Italy? It's difficult to say. I like Athletic Bilbao.
Okay.
Because the players are only the guys from the city.
Okay, I get what you mean. They don't have no international players or even...
No international players, but also no Spanish players.
Oh, okay.
Only the players of the city.
Okay, I got you.
And this is one of the best team in Spain.
Really? Okay. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's not like a Barcelona, Real Madrid, or no, impossible. But it's always in the middle of of ranking.
All right, cool. All right, number 6. I had Bruno Coelho on the podcast last week, who I think is one of the best on and off-road racers. Who do you think is the best, or will go down as one of the best on and off-road racers ever?
Maybe yes, because he's able to do both classes. I think that one it's similar to him is Naoto Matsukura.
Is Naoto, yeah.
Yeah, I think that Naoto and Bruno are the best because they are able to win in both classes, in both on-road and off-road.
How about, I was a bit disappointed that Ongaro didn't make the main at the GT Worlds. I was rooting for him.
I think that, I don't know what happened because he was super fast in the control practice. Then, as I heard, he had some problems, but I not understand very well. And I was surprised too. I didn't talk yet with Davide. So I don't know what's happening. But for sure happened something because it's impossible that a driver like Davide not did the main. It's impossible.
I was shocked. Impossible. But hey, your Newman won both classes, so you had to offer a guy that won it.
Yes, he's an offer guy. He's a super good driver, John. But Davide is Davide. So was strange for me, but I have to talk with him because to be honest, I don't know what's happened.
All right. Number 7, what is your favorite race outside of Italy?
My favorite race outside that I did as
that you would
driver
like,
or
period, that you would like to go to.
To go. Oh my God. To go. One of the best is at Udi Arena. For me, one of the best place to go to the races is to the Arena, Trentin.
Where's that to?
I like the city. And I like the facility.
Where is that
it's amazing. It's Trentin, is in Slovakia.
Oh, is it the Hudi Arena or?
Hudi Arena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. If you didn't race RC cars, what type of racing would you be doing?
For sure, go-kart.
Okay. All right. That's good stuff. When you get to America, what is one of your favorite meals that you like to eat when you get to America?
I really love Five Guys burger.
Really? I've never had that.
Yes. I am completely crazy for this. When I land in USA, my first thing is to go to Five Guys.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. I gotta go try it now.
And the first and the most important thing. Then we will see the hotel, the truck, or whatever you want. But the first thing, I have to go to Five Guys.
All right, cool. And the last question will be: what is your predictions for the off-road worlds this year? Top 3.
Oh my God. Top 3?
Yeah.
In a row?
Just give me who you think will be top 3.
Oh my God. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Really, I don't know.
You don't have to name them in order. Just say who you think will be the top 3.
Ronnie Falk. Ongaro. Battle Barufalo. 4.
Oh man, I think it's gonna be interesting. The guy that builds tracks there, he's so talented. It's gonna be good to see what he comes up with. But thank you, Nicola, for coming on. I appreciate it. I love your passion, man. Would you like to say thank you and shout out to anybody before we sign off here?
Thank you so much for your time and for this. Thank you.
All right, man. Thank you, and keep up the good work, and good luck with everything. And hopefully, I'll see you at DNC.
Thank you. So yes, sure. See you at DNC.
Okay.
You You are entering the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. The part of the podcast that gives the listeners a platform to talk about RC. Brought to you by Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products.
Welcome to the NNRC Hotline. This part of the podcast is for you guys to call up, have questions, or want to talk about something that's happened. Just give us a shout. I want to say thank you to Tekno because without them we couldn't have this part of the podcast. So thank you to Tekno RC. This is the NNRC Hotline, and our first caller. We're gonna talk to them. Hello, how are you?
How are you doing? Good. How are you doing today?
Oh, I know who this is.
Who is it?
You can't hide your voice, Bobby.
Yay, Bobby Moore. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Where are you?
I am in Bartow, Florida.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I'm down here building a racetrack for the club. I did one yesterday in Savannah, so down here doing one for the Bartow Club, Triple Nickel Speedway.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
So look, I had a question. You know, everyone was kind of shocked by RCGP having to postpone their year, and I was just trying to maybe get a little more information from you or Joseph to kind of enlighten everyone of what's going on.
Joseph, are you there?
Yeah,
Why? Just talk into your mic real quick.
I am.
All right, that sounds better. How do you want to do? You want to answer Bobby's question?
I guess worlds in Brazil are expensive.
That's it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Bobby, what he's trying to say is that he believes that being as the Worlds is going on, we couldn't get more teams to come. Well, they couldn't get more teams to get on board and get more sponsors. And
there were enough teams.
There were enough teams.
Same teams signed up and Associated joined also.
Mm-hmm. But I guess other teams didn't sign up.
Well, what exactly did were expected of the teams to carry on this year with RCGP?
Basically,
what was expected of them?
Same as the first year, basically. But the series can't run if more manufacturers don't join in.
Right. Okay. Were there more teams that were
themselves
were there
in the
more
series.
teams signed? Were there more teams that signed on this year than did last year? Like, for instance, like Mugen, TLR. Were they showing any kind of interest to come to
No, just
GP?
Team Associated only as a new. I mean, basically joining Scampiros. So same amount of teams.
Gotcha. Same amount of teams. Okay. But it was just tough for them to do with being a world year. Well,
the teams were on board, Bobby. The teams were on board,
right?
But it was other things like they needed a couple more to get on, because things cost money.
Right. I gotcha. Okay, and I was talking with a buddy of mine, because he thought the same thing, but he had said, like, would that be a problem every 2 years? For being a world year,
well,
it costs so much money for the. I'm sorry.
Well, that's one of the things they might have to consider doing it on every off-world year. I don't know.
Right.
That's up to the owner and those guys. But they said that.
Sure. Well, right. I was kind of wondering. I figured you guys might have an insight on it. That's all.
Cool.
I thought this was a perfect opportunity to ask you guys.
Hey, Bobby.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Joseph's coming to PMB.
Oh, really?
That's what he says. I'll believe it when I see him there.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm going
awesome.
because I want to stand in line in practice.
Well, don't worry. When you're there, I'll make sure I come up and I punch you right in the nuts to help you out.
I believe you.
Bobby.
You know, but it would be friendly though, a friendly punch to the nuts. You know, I'm not mad at you. Well, that's good. Good. At least now you can see how a real race is run in the U.S.
I've been, and those races make me want to quit racing RC.
Why don't you just follow it and quit? No,
he's too hard-headed.
Company, and there are a lot of JQ races there, so I come there to support them, not to support you.
I can tell. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. You support them what now?
Well, the JQ drivers there.
Oh yeah, I know. There's tons of them.
I know.
Yeah,
but that's why I'm going, not because the race is good.
Well, you know, you can serve as both, right?
Yeah, but the race.
Yeah, I mean, really,
honestly, the race is pretty terrible. I think if you took a new RC person, someone new into RC, and sent them to PMB, they'd quit.
No, they wouldn't.
They probably would.
Yeah, like one out of 100 would stay because they're insane. 99 would quit because they're like, this hobby is ridiculous.
No, what it would be, it would either make you or break you. You'd either be
exactly, and that's why more people aren't joining RC.
Yeah. Well, I man, you know what? I'm puzzled. If it's such a horrible race, seriously, if it's such a horrible race, why are we getting record numbers every year? Are they just a bunch of hillbillies?
Well, mostly I think they don't know of anything better. So they just
I mean, there's other races. There's tons of other races. There's a big race almost every other weekend. So, I mean,
they all pretty much follow the same format in America.
Oh, they do. I know. And I never understood.
This argument never fucking ends.
You never understood because you never traveled anywhere. You never done anything else. You only know your way, and that's the best way. You know, talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. There's no point.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I've been to Europe. I've raced in Europe.
That's right. He's been raced in Europe.
There. Yeah, Indo Holland.
Yeah, I raced there. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been there before. I mean, I understand. It's you've got your you're racing at this time and this time, and I mean that's great. It's too big for us to do anything like that. And people, and better than anything, people enjoy it. People like it. Like that. Well, okay, but what I'm saying is people still do it. They show up. They like the atmosphere. They just it's something they dig on. That's just plain and simple, and that's why we're pulling 800-900 entries every race.
Well, that's really cool. I'm really happy for you.
I know. That's what I know. Dude, me and you're gonna have to go out at the PMB and let's go out and have a couple beers.
No beers for you, Bobby. You might kill him then.
No, yeah, I'm feeling a little animosity, like a little tension between us.
Yeah, right.
There's no tension, is there?
Tension between you and Joseph?
There's no tension, is there?
That wouldn't last too long.
There's none, right?
That wouldn't last too long anyway, physically.
Saying. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go. I would never want to beat Joseph up. I mean, that's not.
I mean, you have actually said that,
Bobby.
Fact, yeah, I did want to knock your teeth out of your mouth at one time. I did, but did I?
Maybe you should have done us a favor.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
Bobby, I got 5 people in line waiting.
Okay, well, good. Thank you for taking my call, and Joseph, I'll see you at the PMB, and I got a big punch coming to your nuts.
Okay, I'll see you.
All right, Bobby, take care.
Okay, love you, honey. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, let's see who we got online next. Hello, who am I speaking with?
Dude, it's Tim Line.
What's up, Timothy? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I'm all right. How you doing? You been practicing this weekend?
No, we were Supercross.
Oh, okay. Are you going to Nitro Compound this weekend to race?
We're going to Key Joseph this weekend.
Oh, good. That track looks so badass.
Joseph's
And he's
excited, I'm sure.
Is he
How's the weather looking?
Yeah.
Dude, like 74. Well, should I tell you in Celsius? I can't figure that out.
That's fine, but so no rain or crazy wind or something else ridiculous.
No, like 70, 74, 76, 78.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, then I guess I'll be going then.
That's going to be a good race. And he said he's even changing the layout a little bit. I was like, really? I would leave it the way it is. It's so badass.
I think Anthony's coming out on Friday. On Wednesday.
When are you going there, Joseph?
Anthony.
Thursday night.
All right. Hey, so Tim or Camden, you guys have a question for Joseph? Or myself?
I was just going to see who's going to... I was just asking who's going to win next week. Him or Westergaard?
Westergaard's got you, No, I don't know, Joseph.
It's 2020, so I'll win. Is there a truggy class?
Yes.
Jake Hughes going to race truggy before a DNC. He wants to make the main.
I might have to run truggy.
Yeah, he wants to make the main
Truggy
at the
practice?
truggy.
He should be able to.
Hey, so Tim, how's things going with S-Works?
Yes,
I
sir.
see you slowly chipping away.
Slowly chipping away. It's going to be a long process.
Mm-hmm.
It's been last few years, it's not been any kind of support for anybody here in the state. So, I mean, last year, I think it was just Cab on the team.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. How you guys liking the cars?
Really good so far. I mean, it's been going from C-Hub to Joseph's Balls has been pretty hard.
Yeah. I like
a transition for us, I should say.
Yeah.
You could ask Savoya for some pointers.
I will.
It should be,
He knows all about.
I'm looking forward to seeing what happens at DNC this year and stuff like that. I mean, I think S-Works is definitely going to send Canas over, and I mean, Cav's got a year under his belt.
Right now it's just Boots and Cav.
Really? Okay, well, that's good enough.
Yeah.
They'll probably send a mechanic over for him, too, I would assume, to help him both.
For Boots, yes.
Yeah.
He has his mechanic's coming.
Should be good. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to give you guys shit.
That's all right. You're going to, so Camden, is Camden there with you?
No, he's at his mom's house today.
Oh. Who are you betting? Do you think Camden's going to beat Joseph this weekend?
I don't know. We'll see.
How long is the main?
You got to make the main, dude. You got to make the main. What are you talking about? There's some heavy.
This is a club race. Everyone makes the main.
That 45 minutes at RCGP though, if you look at his time compared to your guys' times, he was right there.
I already looked at the times. I already told him about that. He doesn't want to admit it.
You can't compare like that.
Hey Tim, we got a couple of more people on the on
All right, no,
online.
Jeff, you're good, man.
Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it, and have fun this weekend, and good luck.
No problem.
See you
Joseph,
Friday.
I'll have a beer for you. Yes, sir.
Nice.
They'll have a beer for you. Bonjour. How are you?
Bonjour.
What's
Hey,
up?
Not bad.
How you
What
doing,
about you
Kevin?
guys?
I'm all right. Kevin is going to call every weekend. Watch. I love it. We have our first every week caller, Joseph.
I'm
Kevin
you,
from
the
Canada.
Token French guy. Yes, it's Kevin from Canada with the Token French guy segment.
What's up? You went club racing this weekend. What do you want to talk about when I ask Joseph?
First of all, I didn't really listen to the first part of the show. Did a lot of people chirp you for your great prestation at Reedy Race?
No one has brought up the Reedy Race yet.
Okay, I'll stay nice for now. Honest question.
He sucked. What do you mean you have to be nice? He sucked.
I did the same I always do. It's just that there were 6 less slow guys.
You led 2 laps, and then held the whole train up for 4 minutes. Congratulations.
Yeah, as long as when Scotty Ernst said his name, that's where shit happened, and he just completely wrecked. Anyway,
No, that was the race before.
what as an 8 scaler, what can we learn from racing 10 scale in the wintertime? Because us in Canada, I don't get to race 8 scale year long. I actually get to race, pretty much the same climate as you have in Finland. So I race 8 scale probably 4, maybe 5 months a year. So what can we learn racing in the wintertime on a different car, different platform? And how can we take this and transition outside in the summertime?
Do you race on carpet or dirt?
Dirt.
Dirt. Okay. Well, you can notice setup changes really well in 10 scale, I think. So you can learn about the cars and setup and what the different things do. Sometimes in 8 scale, it's harder to notice a difference of the smaller things, but in 10 scale, you notice it.
Yeah.
And for driving, I think that 10 scale is more precise and everything's at a faster pace. So I always find that if I run a lot of 10 scale and then go and run 8 scale, it's easier because everything happens a bit slower in 8 scale.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's, of course it's best if you can run your main class all year round, but I think it's still possible to keep improving and be a top driver, even if you can only run 8 scale, half of the year or so, and then run 10 scale off-road for the other half.
Okay. And what about 2-wheel versus 4-wheel drive?
Well, for 8 scale, it would make sense to run 4-wheel drive, 10 scale off-road, I think. 2-wheel drive, I don't really know that 2-wheel drive helps you in 8 scale because it's so different. But 4-wheel drive, yeah, I think that's helpful.
Awesome.
Kevin.
Yeah.
What main did you finish in this weekend?
Fucking C main, buddy.
That's all right, man. At least you got to go racing. Hey, do you have anything else to say? Because we got about 4 more callers on, and Bobby Moore took up a lot of our time already.
I'll keep it for next time. Enjoy, right, boys.
Thank you. Hey, you sound just like Trailer Park Boys just now. Good luck, boys. Whoa.
Good job. Take care, man.
All right, bye-bye. Hey, you know what? I found that Trailer Park Boys podcast. So I'm going to be watching that. Hello, caller. How are you? Who am I speaking with? Hold on. Nobody. Hello, caller. How are you? Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Lefty. It's Chuck.
What's up? Oh, it's Chuck the Bellin. What's up? Chuck who likes hot dogs.
Hey, other side. Ooh. Other side of Canada. Yeah, you just talked to Kevin, so now you're talking to me on the other side of Canada.
Yeah, you're in the you're like on the same coast as Joseph. Exactly. What's going on, Chuck? How are you?
Oh, not too much. Just calling in. I heard what Bobby said, and it's true. Like, a lot of the classes are inflated. They say, oh, it's 300 entries, but when one guy is running 5 classes, it kind of really inflates things.
Yeah, I know. That's why I always try to say participants. I get it. Like
exactly. That's what I do with our club.
I get the whole entry thing. I get it. Like it makes it. Yeah, you got that many entries, but in reality, I mean, I will admit, I think PMB gets maybe 300 people, 350, maybe. I think I have to check Stats Slasher. It's a big race. It's a big race, but
it's a big race.
I hate when people do that, and people's like, "Well, it's entries." It's like, no, it's participants that'll run in 2 or 3 classes.
It comes down to the money. If they capped it to 2 entries a person, that would be ideal, but then the host is losing. It's business. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, I don't mind that. It's cool. I get that.
Yeah.
Hey, Chuck, you got anything to say to Joseph while you got him on here?
Hey, God bless you. I guess he wasn't watching you this weekend at Reedy.
Yeah, Gord was there.
Not Gord, God. Chuck messaged me and goes, Justin needs to stop private messaging people and focus on Reedy Race. And I said, why? He sucks. He's doing what he's doing. Like, his saving grace, he'll talk about it in the podcast, what he done all weekend. He'll claim, I can't wait till he says it. I'm not going to spoil it, but he'll say
it. Well, just to capitalize on what Kevin said, we kind of have the same problem here. Like, we can't race buggies outdoor in the winter time here. So I'm racing touring car, which it really doesn't help how I drive an 8 scale.
Degani always says it helps corner speed.
He says, if you want to be a better off-road driver, if you want to be a better off-road driver, drive onward because it teaches corner speed.
Oh, yeah, it teaches corner speed. It doesn't teach you how to jump, though.
No, it doesn't. Are you driving the JQ
I'm actually
GT car
car.
up there? Did you get it working?
Oh yeah, I bastardized JQ's car. Me, Dennis, and Will. So one guy in Europe, one guy in the USA, one guy in Canada. And yeah, we bastardized your car, and we're making it a really fast GT car.
He doesn't care about that, and that's a class he could probably go do well in. It aggravates me because I think it's awesome.
That's really
I think
stupid.
it's awesome
I'd rather
too.
race e-buggy.
You heard that? He'd rather race e-buggy. Hey, Chuck.
I just got one, yeah.
Hey. It's the first time I ever spoke to you, dude.
What's it?
I love it. You're so savage on Facebook, too. Keep it up.
Oh, thanks.
All right, man.
One question I had.
What's up?
One question I had for Joseph. So on my touring car, I've been playing with dynamic, what is it called? Active rear suspension. It works really well. Is that something that's been considered for an 8 scale?
Yeah,
it's where you have front
being
C-hubs in the
considered,
back of the car.
I think it's being
What's that?
considered, but no one's. It's being considered and tried, but no one's really got anywhere with it.
I see. Okay.
Travel is just so big.
Cool. Yeah.
All right, Chuck.
Oh yeah. I just noticed it helped my corner speed. But hey, Keenan, Joe, good to talk to you.
Thank you
I'll
for
call
calling,
you again
man.
next week, just like Kevin.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
All right. See ya.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Catch you guys later.
Bye. You know what, Joseph? You don't know how to say goodbye to anybody. Like your parents didn't teach you manners?
They don't call here so I can say goodbye. You're the host. You say hello. You say
Jesus.
goodbye.
Hello. How
Ask
are
a
you? Who am I
question.
speaking with? I'm trying to teach Joseph some manners here. Hello?
Chauncey Mack.
What's up, Chauncey? How you doing?
Chauncey Mack. Doing good. How you doing?
I'm cool. Hey, Joseph, funny story, right? Chauncey, can I tell the story you told me about meeting the guy from Bermuda this weekend? Or last weekend?
Yes.
So Chauncey went to buy a car, and he bought it from this guy that I know from Bermuda who used to sell cars in Bermuda. I actually bought an RC boat from him. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Small corner of the world.
Where'd he meet this guy?
Where you live, Chauncey, in Tennessee, right?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, and he's from Bermuda.
Yeah, I used to work with him. And I actually bought an RC boat from him. So crazy, so small. Bermuda's only got 65,000 people. And Chauncey ran into one that I know. I know everybody in Bermuda. Anyway, what's up, Chauncey? You got a question for us, man?
Yeah, I do. I want to know what your thoughts are on sponsorships. I've heard in different podcasts and stuff how certain people feel that too many sponsorships are being given out. They think that it needs to go back to more of a traditional way of where you have to, I'm not saying that you just go up and you just give anybody a sponsorship, but it seems like they're trying to, if they had the power, they would go back to having sponsorships like it used to be, where you had to put up like 1 million race results and dominate every class that you touch down on. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yep. There are too many sponsorships, but it's not going to change. I think we've covered it so many times on here.
Yeah. I think it's not going to change, Chauncey, because everybody wants it now. I know what you're talking about. Back in the day, even when Joseph was coming up, you had to earn a sponsorship. But nowadays, man, it's just the way. It's like we say all the time. We didn't invent the game, but we just play the game. The question people need to ask is, what are they getting from the teams or the companies that they decide to spend their money on?
Okay.
Are they getting the support that they want? Are they getting treated fairly? How they feel like they need to be getting treated? And I also believe people should run. I know this doesn't happen, but if you believe in that company and you want to run it. And then maybe ask them for sponsorship later or whatever. But the way it is.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I mean, coming to JQ from Mugen, I mean, one of the first things I noticed right off the bat is just how the team gels, as far as like how a racer is to be, how to be welcomed and how to be treated.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the other companies that I've been sponsored by, you don't really have that. It's you're still you're still separate. Yeah, you run a car for the company, but You really don't feel like you're part of the team. And for the first time, I do feel like I'm a, I feel at home.
Yeah.
And to me, that's a good thing.
We try. It's been a long, if you come to DNC, you'll meet Joseph. You'll see he's not talkative until he has a few beers in him, or if he's in science mode. Right. But if you ask him anything, like to do on your car, he'll do it for you. But we try to, and you know what? It's going to see a big change too when you go to DNC, because now a lot more companies are doing what you say. I remember when I first started, it was like, they hadn't really got it all organized, and we kind of had a smaller team, and we would have everybody pitting with us. And that's one of the things I try to focus on. That's why, like, getting a team picture is very difficult. But I just kind of wanted to, like, our motto is, like, be a part of a team, not just a number. And I kind of wanted that because I kind of saw too many people sitting on the outside of pits trying to fit in. And I'm like, I don't want to fit in for nobody, and I don't want anybody to change for me. And I think we welcome almost anybody in our pits. Even if you don't even have a JQ card, people have pitted with us. And that's fine, because we like to have fun. We always have beer, we have fun. Something stupid's always going to happen, and it's just pure jokes. And I'm not saying other pits aren't like that, but we're not like that. Like, we try to have fun. Right, Joseph? And you ain't in fucking science mode.
Pretty much. He summed it up.
Yeah, that's about it.
All right. Well, I know you got other callers lined up, but it was good talking to you.
All right, Chauncey, we got to link up
on the next one.
We got to talk anyway. We got to figure out what we're all going to do for DNC. So, yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, man. Thank you for calling in. Talk to you later.
All right, later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. We got 3 more calls. Hello. Who am I speaking with?
Is this Quaid Grain Finnish National Bank?
I should have
make a withdrawal.
I knew it was you now that I look at it. 8 Racing Engines. What's up, Mike? How are you?
Oh, not bad. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. Just Joseph's over here recovering from Reedy because, I had suicide watching him earlier.
Let me guess.
Yeah, he sounds
about
depressed.
some contingency money.
Yeah, get on him because you owe contingency to the guys from Flowwood too. So start paying out.
Oh. Hey, at least he's doing it. Hey, on Joseph's defense from Reedy, I did text him and gave him some options and some outs. He had 2 choices there. He could have either gotten one of those pro setups to put in his car, or it had to be the car. It wasn't Joseph. It was one of those 2.
It was definitely Joseph.
There was definitely an out. He's
no.
Everybody else blames the car.
No, Joseph.
I mean, to be honest, I was surprisingly shit.
Not surprisingly. Really? You were not surprisingly. You was not.
Yes, it was.
Surprising to yourself, but not to me or anybody else.
That triple.
You did.
How many? We had 12 races. So I must have cased that triple 67 times over the course of the
Hey, Mike, why was this year so much worse when you were so excited going in?
I don't know, because I skipped a year. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, skipping a year would help you. He went to OCRC.
I didn't know.
He went to OCRC, shortened up his servo leads, and thought, I'm serious now. So that's what I think happened.
He didn't dribble enough. There wasn't enough dribbling.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mike, question. Are you still seriously trying to come out to Cali next month?
I don't know if we'll have time this year with some of the things that I've got going on here personally with business. It did come across the bow, but I don't think this year will be on the docket.
All right. You know me. I'm always telling you got to get out there. You got to get to a race out there. So, I'm going to keep telling you that.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have a question for Captain Joseph?
Well, I was just thinking it wasn't so much of a question as something he said in the past that I have to agree after attending the last race there at SIC is, why is this motto of sooner ditch them and run racing practice these days?
What's that?
It seems like sooner ditch them and run, meaning that it is a hack fest in these classes anymore. There is no courtesy.
You know why?
And I can't. It just blows my mind.
I told you my thoughts on this. I honestly think, like, all right, Jimmy Babcock's there to be RD and is announcing on the mic. He doesn't see everything. They need to get some referees at these races and start now so people get used to it. And that referee can call out and say, hey, this. And yes, people need to have courtesy, but come on, Mike. Yes. I've told you this over and over again. Sometimes you're going to have to give them a wheel before you get a wheel. And if you got clearance, like this guy's bashing, like I'm told you over and over to Trent. I was like, man, if you got to give him a wheel, give him a wheel. It's racing.
Sometimes you don't even get the opportunity, though.
That's true too.
At the past race, which I agree with you. Having a referee there would definitely make it better. Mm-hmm. But for goodness sakes, have some courtesy. In my two races, for example,
people want to win, man. It's hard.
Well, in my two races, for example, the beginning of my truggy race, it was so horrific at the start of the race. Trent and I were laughing on the headset. Literally, I got blown off into the next lane, which, mind you, I got put back on the right side of the track is exactly where I got blown off, went to dead last, and I drove my butt off to get back up to the front. In that race, I did not touch one person and went from last and right down to the last lap, battling for the fifth spot, the last spot on the podium. And the individual that I was racing with, I made a clean pass on him, jumped the two big doubles coming onto the backstretch, and that person messed up, came back onto the track right next to me after jumping over the pipe, and then raced me down to the last end of the corner, which Dave ended up giving the position to me, not the way that I wanted to get it, but flat out didn't come back on the track in the appropriate spot, finished the obstacles in front of him, and I was mad. I just drove for 30 minutes without touching. I mean, I was 30 minutes of driving as hard as I possibly could and didn't touch the first person to make my way all the way back up there to have that happen on the last lap. And then we go to Sportsman Nitro Buggy. I was really excited for Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Car was great. At one point I was qualified third. I had a bad run the last qualifier. It moved me down to eighth on the starting spot. That was my fault. But we started the race, and I kid you not, every single corner for the first two laps, I got hit and knocked over and beat up to the point where it was comical again. Somehow I managed to come from last back to the 10th place spot in Sportsman, but it was just horrific.
Yeah, because it's Sportsman, man. And and that was a light Sportsman class, I remember. So you probably had people that were in the A-main that might not have been in the A-main before. Maybe, I don't know. So they just got excited, man. That's why you just got to do it sometimes. Just go and go. Like, honestly, in those cases where the referee isn't calling, you just got to do it.
Well, the great sexy JB and I have made the decision, I think, that we're both going to move up to open. Time to move up if we're going to get any faster.
Yeah. And Trent done well, too. So, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yes, he did. I was very, very pleased with his results. I mean, the track, once again, this year, it was a very fun layout. It was very challenging, and some of the character that the track gained towards the end. When I raced my truggy main, it was tough, but when I raced buggy, and then to watch Trent race the race directly after mine and to see the pace that those guys were running, it was really impressive, knowing that I just came off the track, literally the race before him, and to see those guys turning those lap times with the character the track had in some of these corners, it was very impressive.
Yeah, it did get rough in some of the corners.
They were turning.
It did get rough. I liked
it. It was rough, and it was so bad in some of these holes that it was the ones that would catch the car, and you're all set up to make your turn, and the next thing you know, you're doing a donut. Mm-hmm. But overall, the event was great. I was very proud of the way Trent drove. and it was unfortunate. And as A2, he raced that whole race in third position of A2. He made one Marshall mistake at the end of it was literally the last lap, and that Marshall race took him from third all the way back to fifth.
Yeah. Well, Nitro is the glory,
that's
but
our fault. But you know,
Nitro is what pays him money anyway.
E-Buggy pays the bills.
Yeah, but Nitro is paying some bills to him.
True. In the JQ camp, it goes the other direction.
Yeah.
E-Buggy's the fun, but Nitro pays the bills.
It's insane. All right,
yeah,
Mike.
that was kind of
JQ
my only question.
Pays the bills.
True.
But
It's a subsidy. It helps. Yes.
All right,
yeah,
Mike.
there wasn't really a question. It was more of a statement that the driving level out there, and I saw it all the way up into some of the pro classes. I kind of shook my head a few times watching some of the pro races at some of the shenanigans I saw being pulled out there, and like, come on, guys, you're better than this. We shouldn't be doing these things still at this stage of the game.
Referees, man, need some referees.
So we need to have a rant session about this one day.
Yeah. All right. Well, I got 2 more callers on, Mike, and I'm gonna have to let you go. I thank you for calling up, and I'll make sure Joseph gets this contingency sorted here this week. All right, Joseph, I'm gonna crack.
I appreciate it, Joseph. Joseph, keep your chin up. There will be a new race tomorrow. There's no reason to go on suicide watch, but if you need me, I'm here. You can call me at any time.
Hide the rope and sharp objects. All right, Mike. Talk to you later. Tell Trent I said hello.
All right, guys. Will do. See ya.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, I was really worried about you after Thursday at Reedy. I was like, is he going to kill himself at Reedy? What's up, Everett? Hello. Is this Everett I'm speaking to?
It is, man. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing pretty good.
How's things in North Carolina?
How y'all?
We're all right. We're chilling. We're just taking these
there?
phone calls. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
I guess Lefty left us.
No, I'm here. You can't hear
I
me,
guess
Joseph?
he did.
You can't hear me, Joseph?
You
What the hell are we going to do now?
Can you not hear me?
I don't know.
What the hell?
If he left, then this is probably not recording.
I'm here. I'm recording all of
Probably
this.
not.
Oh,
Oh, there it-
I'm recording all of this. Sorry. Can you hear me?
he's back.
yeah, we can now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened here. You know, maybe my internet dropped a little bit. It isn't the best out here. So what's up, Everett? How can we help you out tonight, man? Thanks for calling in. We appreciate it. Do you have any questions for us or for Joseph?
Well, you know, my first year running JQ, just got the car, had one race on the Nitro car, getting ready to buy an e-buggy. My question for Joseph is, I noticed when you're looking online at the parts, the D block, you got ones with different numbers. Is that for tow, or what does the number stand for?
Yeah, the number on them is the toe-in, because we used to have a block with a square insert, but people kept putting the inserts in wrong, so it was different left to right. So we just made ones with fixed toe-in, and then you can only move the hinge pin up or down. So the number you see on there is the toe-in.
And you can adjust the toe.
Okay, that's great.
In the rear hubs as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, with the
I hadn't talked to JB enough for him to tell me that.
Yeah, you know the inserts. There's long inserts where the pin for the hub goes.
Yes.
Well, they're numbered. You have 1 plus, 0.05 plus, and a 0. So that's what we call outboard toe. So it's a little bit different from inboard toe, but basically when you whatever that number, when you have the plus go into the inside of the chassis, that adds a degree of toe, that adds toe. So if you have the +1 hubs in there, it doesn't matter which height, because there's 3 different heights as well, right? You'll be adding +1 degree at the hubs, as well as whatever the D plate is. You get it?
Yeah, I got it.
So I like to run
I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, I like to run the 0 most of the times, but if it's really loose and all that stuff, you can add toe. And some people, Joseph's going to hate me for this, some people actually turn it the other way around and take away toe, but I don't know how that works as well.
It doesn't.
Well,
Okay.
I was looking at my car, and it has a lot of toe, in tow.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to come out just a little bit.
Well, I would
wanted to have a little left toe.
Go to 0 in the hubs and go from there. Like the same
that's
height.
what I'll do.
The same
I'll
height
look
as your
down.
hub. The same height that you're using now, but go to 0. I'm not sure what you have in there now. So 0 gives you 0 toe in the hubs. So you won't have any toe whatsoever in outboard toe. It's inboard toe, which is on the rear D plate, and outboard toe is on the hubs.
Yeah, like I said, I've been with Mugen for 7 or 8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So being this is the first year with a car, I kind of got to learn everything new with this car versus what I had with Mugen.
Yeah. Well, it's a
But I
completely different car.
really do like the way the car drives compared to the Mugen. I have a lot more steering with the JQ car than I ever had with the Mugen.
Really? Well, if you take a little bit, it depends. Like, I think you raced it at, where did you guys go to race?
I raced at Mobile with JB and Mike Gill that day.
Right. Yeah. I can't remember what Mike said about the traction there, but yeah, definitely going out to the rear, going to less rear toe, and eventually, like when it gets really high traction, you're gonna want to look at getting maybe the number 3 or number 2 steering plates.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The carbon fiber steering plates are going hubs. Yeah. All right.
Well, I know Joseph is going to P&B. Are you going?
I don't know yet. I don't know. I hope so. I've been 2 years in a row, and it seems like everybody's going, and Joseph's going, so I might have to go, because if I don't go, he might end up as a jump.
Well, I hope you go. I met you last year.
Okay.
For the first time, I was the one that come up to you while you was in the van.
Oh, yeah.
And got a no-name sticker from you.
All right,
and we
cool.
were parked right beside where the van was at with the camper and the big trailer.
All right, cool. I'll have to see your face to remember. Y'all look at your post, your Facebook post. Man, I meet so many people there. Did I lock the keys in the van that time or not? Probably, I can't remember.
No, this was on Thursday. Thursday, like a little bit after lunchtime. So
okay. Cool.
You hadn't locked them in yet.
Yeah, well, I did do that. So that was like Friday or Saturday. All right, man. Any more questions for Joseph before we carry on?
No, sir. That's it.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. If you have any other questions, you can always contact me or contact JB. He sometimes knows what he's talking about. But Mike Hill's the guy, too. Mike Hill knows those cars like the back of his hand.
Yeah, me and JB talk a lot on Facebook, so he's the one that taught me into getting the car.
Oh, yeah, that's good. He's a good guy. I like JB. It's fun to go to races with.
Yeah, I drove his car at Wilkesboro.
Okay.
And really liked it. And that's what got me hooked on looking for one.
Sweet. Well, hopefully we'll be all pitting together at PNB in April. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
All right. Cool, dude. Talk to you later. Thank you for calling.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
And the last caller of the night, I have a feeling I know who this is. Hello, who am I talking to?
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Boyder.
What's up, Chris? How are you? Did you see any gators today?
Dude, I saw like 3 gators.
See, Australia.
I was in my truck driving, but
Australia,
they're there, man.
I never see a gator when I go to Florida. Something's not right. So what's up, man? How are you?
Anytime I get close to one, I'll get a picture.
I want to see one. I'm
good.
Wrestle one or something. Maybe not wrestle one. No.
That's hilarious, man. That's great. I'm good, man. I'm good. Just getting ready, for some Force Series racing this weekend.
Yeah, where's that to this weekend? Up Triple Nickel or?
No, that's it. Port St. Lucie. It's Sundancers is what the track is called.
Okay. That must be the track Bobby's building, and he called us just now. So what's up, man? You got a question for us?
Yeah, I do. First, I want to say, the couple callers before Mike got hacked, and I just want to say thanks to the hackers out there that kind of make it easier on me. You know what I mean? I appreciate when those racers are all taken out, leading me straight to victory lane. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hold back and wait for them to get taken out and then go?
Yeah, that was that. When I heard Delicious in first place, oh man, I knew the hack was coming, just waiting for it.
JB led a race.
Anyway, that, and congratulations on going to the Reedy Race to JQ. That's pretty cool.
Why should he's been before.
He did, man, for 5 minutes.
He's been before. He stunk it. The only good thing that came out of that Reedy Race was he got me some autograph swag to give away on the Patreon, and he led 2 laps. That's all he got good. And he didn't come last. Let's not butter this up for him. Let's give him shit that he needs to get, because he would do it to me. Joseph, are you there?
Well, just because it's...
Joseph.
Yeah, I'm here.
So say something. So boring if you don't say anything.
I don't know. What more did you want?
That you suck. Just say...
Nothing much.
That you sucked. But you did help somebody.
I started first one time and I cased that same triple.
No. You started first twice.
And landed on my roof.
You started on the first row twice.
Well, what car did he drive?
First once. City B6.
Okay, yeah, awesome. That's what I drive. Okay, then. So, should have drove the TLR, I guess, like Cav. He seemed to have some luck with it. Or was it just the chip on his shoulder?
Hey.
He's just a great driver.
He is. He came second.
Yeah,
I mean, he won two-wheel drive, sorry. There's lots of good racing on the
I thought he was going to take it.
That would have been 5 times.
So, Joseph, I just wanted to ask, Softened tires, 8th scale, outdoor, cheating or not cheating? I do it. Let me just make that.
I mean, I guess it depends on the rules. In Europe, there's never any benefit really to sourcing except at Padova, I think. Actually, I take that back. Montpellier, I think, also. But it's rare to have tracks in Europe where sourcing really helps. That's at least been my experience. I don't know.
Right, well,
I think maybe partly because we don't race at night. Because isn't it the case that even in America, let's say East Coast, when people source, they source at night on a clay track when it's damp, sun's not shining on it. That's when the source really makes a difference. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or indoors.
But how could it be cheating if there's no rule about it?
There is never a rule about it.
All right, well, it's not cheating.
Yeah, so in Europe, there are rules about it, but it's not a big deal because most of the races no one really sources because there's no benefit. If they, for example, said no sourcing and we had racing in Padova, then that would be an issue because everyone knows that sourcing is a big deal. It makes it helps a lot, so people would cheat. So in that case, he would be cheating. But in America, there's no rules. So yeah, it's not cheating.
Did you get accused of cheating, Chris?
Awesome. No, Delicious was messing with me a little bit up there. He asked me if I was awesome, and at this point, it's all kind of in my head, so I pretty much always do it. He's like, "Oh, you cheater!"
Yeah, that's not cheating.
And the JQ pits are the best pits, by the way. Let me just say that.
Oh, did you go by those motley crew of misfits last weekend?
Oh, I had a tent right next door to him, man.
Oh my God, Jesus!
Yeah.
You were still
and JB just sits there with his Beats headphones on the whole time. You know what I mean? Yeah. And you got the JQ dog mascot running around.
Yeah,
it's a wild dog. It's a wild pit.
Yeah, we like to keep it. We like to keep it interesting. That's the word I use. You got to see when we get the cats there. You got cats look like lions and stuff like that.
Well, if they have pit shirts like that dog has, they're going to be the coolest.
Yeah, you saw him at P&B last year. Yeah, you saw him at P&B.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. Well, good luck this weekend at the Force race. Have fun. And you guys are racing a lot down there. That's good. Good to see.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm sure the walkers will be there. I know they will be.
Cool, man. Thank you for calling and thank you for all the support. I appreciate it.
Always, man. See you guys later. Have a good night.
All right, Joseph. And that ends the NNRC hotline. I can't wait to do this when we're at DNC, Joseph. We could get a few guys on, do it live and just have people call in. It's going to be so awesome. And we're going to Facebook Live it. Don't you think so?
I think if you put that production together, I'll buy you a whole case of Modelos.
I would like 12 White Claw and 12 Modelo, please.
Now you're making demands.
I got it all planned.
Yeah,
I done it at.
pull it off.
I did it at RCGP, but not with the call-ins because I didn't have that set up. But you went, so we're gonna do it. I think you know what? I think I need a tent just for me at DNC.
Okay.
You know, just a tent. So get me a tent. So put up next to yours, and
so 10, 12 White Claws and 12 Modelos.
yeah, I need a tent. It doesn't have and a light.
What was that?
I need a light too. And I'm probably gonna need a table. No, we have a table, I think. All right. Well, thank you to everybody for calling in to the NNRC hotline. I enjoyed this part of the podcast a lot. It's really a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the day where we can integrate this in video and you guys call in while we're just, you can Facebook Live it as well. But thank you, Joseph, for your time. And thank you to everybody that called in. And thank you to Tekno RC for sponsor. Remember, guys, just call in and say what's on your mind. Still waiting for that one person to call up and go completely mental on you, Joseph. Still waiting.
For what?
Just me and you, man. Just me and you. All right. Talk to you guys later. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everybody calling in, and enjoy the rest of the podcast.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Aha! It's that time of the show again. This is the rowdy time. We take off the gloves and we have fun on this part. This is all about the rant. Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant. So, Joseph, this week I want to bring up the guy. It's actually a two-part rant, but it's all the same thing. So, are you there?
I am here.
Usually you have something smart to say. So, just checking. So it comes down to Adam Duckett's question, as well as something I see happen every time after a race time event. And I'm kind of tired of seeing it. And it's another thing to do before a race. I'm not going to name his name, but he brought up a good point. Okay. Every time after a race time event, there's always sandbagging accusations about sportsmen. Now, at SIC, they actually bumped two guys out of the truggy class who were too fast and put them in open, and they didn't even make the A-main in open truggy, I don't believe. Right? Was it the right thing to do? Yeah, I think so. But, who's to say? I know race time, I know DNC has a rule, if you have a chassis sponsor, you can't run sportsmen. Well, this is the thing. We're in a thing now in RC. We said this before, where being sponsored doesn't equate to your skill level of racing. Let's be realistic. Anybody can get sponsored. It's not just about how fast you go. So I really, if you're going to have classes and people are paying money for this stuff, let them fucking race wherever they want. But we always get these sandbagging comments. I applaud SIC and the RD for bumping guys up that are too fast. But, come on, man. I don't know. I mean, I just don't think that's fair. Because everybody's sponsored now. If you said to somebody, hey, you can't race sportsmen if you're sponsored, which happens at DNC, but let's be realistic. I know people that race sportsmen who are sponsored. That chassis, they might, because they get 25% off a chassis, they can't race sportsmen. That's probably where their skill level is at. Does it matter? Not to me, but it always happens. So that's my thoughts on that. It's race where you're comfortable and where your speed's at. But don't, if you want to get better, don't aim to stay in sportsman all your life. You want to have goals and get to open. But all of this could be solved if we didn't have classes, period. Which is my thing. But we're never going to go to that. And you and I both know that. Because it's too much money to be able to enter
classes. Just have a pro class and an open class. That's it, 2.
Okay? It doesn't make money, Joseph.
Special. Okay, add a 40 plus class. Okay, that's 3. Add a junior class if you're under some age. That's 4. And those are really clear distinctions. You have a pro class. I mean, I guess anyone can really run it, but pros have to. People who are sponsored, paid, they have to run that. Then you have an open. Anyone can run that, except if you're a pro.
Well, what makes a pro?
That's still pretty... What's a pro?
Yeah, because there's guys who are
then
almost
you define
pros.
it. Like if a pro is someone that gets paid a salary or paid money, or has made the
and then you have a whole
raw
bunch of
main. Just like the RC2 rules, how that is. It doesn't matter if you get 100% free stuff if you suck. You know, if you've never made any big mains and no one pays you, you're not a pro. You can race open.
Shh, don't say that too loud. You might offend people.
Yeah, but that's how it is. Like, make clear distinctions. The problem is that in America, each big race, they have different classes, and also they name them different. So there's open, sportsman, expert, amateur. You know, I don't even know what they mean.
Usually it's sportsman. Okay, DNC is sportsman, expert.
Intermediate, they have.
It's intermediate.
Sportsman.
No, it's sportsman, expert, pro.
Expert, intermediate, open. Explain the difference between those.
Oh, sportsman is like sportsman. Open is supposed to be
intermediate. Then
open's intermediate. It's really like open is the most competitive class in RC, in my opinion.
Yeah, just simplify it. Just have a pro class, have an open class.
Well, here brings
up.
You
want to add anything more to that? Just add 40 plus and junior class.
Well, I definitely would like to see a junior class. But then
what do they have at it? What's this?
They had a junior class.
What class did they have at this race?
Oh, they had sportsman, open, pro. They had an under 15 nitro and e-buggy race.
That's the problem. Don't have 3 skill level
40
classes.
plus. Well, Joseph, you don't get it. Not everybody's trying to be like RCGP. People have to make money. Like when you rent out these big halls and all that stuff, that's expensive. Like, you know.
Well, do the same people run open and sportsman then?
What do you mean?
Well, how is it going to make more money then?
Because
unless
it's more
people
entries.
run multiple classes.
If you have,
they run multiple. Does the same guy with the same car run sportsman and open?
No, but he can run sportsman. He can run sportsman, buggy, truggy, e-buggy, and over 40 if he's over 40. E-buggy.
Yeah, so then it doesn't make any more money to have a separate sportsman. No, it doesn't.
It does.
If you have a sportsman and an open class and a pro class, it doesn't make any more money if you can't race multiple of those classes. If you can't have the same guy run sportsman.
Oh, okay, yeah. I see
open.
what you mean. I see. But still, entries equal money.
Yeah, but that's a different argument. Why have those 3 skill level?
Not only
classes?
that.
Only have 2. Only have open and pro. If you're not a pro, you run open. And then you can add, just like at McDonald's. You place an order, then you add a cheeseburger. You add the 40 plus class.
But that also brings up
add the junior.
These that's the thing though. There's a rose sportsman because the guys in that part that like most of them are just getting into RC. They aren't as competitive as the open guys, and they want to get a long man too.
So what? Fucking cry me a river. Practice and learn.
Yeah, but that's not how life works anymore now, Joseph.
Yeah, where everyone wants a trophy.
Yeah.
Let's have a class for people who have raced RC between 2 and 4 months.
That would be like a novice class.
How about that? Yeah, let's have a class like that. And then let's have another class 4 to 8 months. Let's have a class for people who don't have kids and can practice on weekends. Let's have a class for people who can't practice every weekend because they have to take little Johnny to football practice and their daughter to ice skating.
Well,
they can't practice. Let's have a class for them.
This brings
Let's
up
have a class for people with hand-eye coordination issues.
How about people with, like you, who just have issues, period? But this brings up, and then I was talking to another racer who's a decent racer. He races pro, and it's like, man, I'm realistic. I know I'm not going to compete with those pro guys. I'm not fast enough to be in the pro A mains, and I'm too fast to be in the open A mains. But I traveled all this way, and I got a 15-minute main. I just want a longer main. I said, well, the only answer is, if we go back to how it used to be, which isn't going to happen, just one class. Or I said, add another class, semi-pro. There you go. Why not?
No more class. You don't need more classes. That's
everybody
you
wants
know why the mains are short? The mains are short because there are so many classes.
I totally agree with you.
Everyone needs
I agree
mains,
with you.
right?
But
if you had less classes, you could give everyone a decent main. So that lowest main in the open class still gets a 20-minute main.
I agree with you, dude. That's the point. But this is the way we're going.
It's not that we need more classes so everyone can make an A main.
He didn't say we needed more classes. He said we need to go back to how it used to be. But we both agreed that that's not going to happen, right? And I said, well, the answer is, and it's being sarcastic, but it probably might happen, is to actually have a semi-pro class.
No.
I'm just saying. But that's how things are going.
Whoever has a race and has a semi-pro class in it needs to be shot. Whoever the first race organizer to do that, they need to be taken around the back and shot in the back of the head. And then that's it.
Watch. Next year, we're going to have a semi-pro class. That's you. I'm going to replay this. You don't abdicate violence, Joseph. Come on. I don't know, man. It's a monster that's been created.
We got close to the sort of reason for this also.
How do we fix this class shit? And this sandbagging shit?
I think we got close to why people want these classes. This guy, he doesn't want to race a skill level class where he does poorly because his main will be at 5:45 a.m. and it will be 4 minutes long. That's the problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Who wants to? Isn't that he finishes in a bottom main?
You know what he said?
Is that he wants to be in an A main so he can race for more than 4 minutes.
No, I don't even think he wants to be in an A main. I think he just wants a longer main.
Yeah, he wants a longer main, not raced at 5:45 a.m.
Yeah, but we're never going to get...
We can get there. We can get there. If
I don't see it happening.
If people understood that the problem is that there are too many classes, restrict the amount of classes, then everyone can have a long main. Maybe restrict the amount of classes, limit the amount of entries, pay more per entry, have more quality track time, have a longer main. Everyone gets longer mains. Everyone has more fun. Yeah, you finish 74th. So what? You still got loads of track time. You raced with people of your skill level. You had exciting races on the track. It's fun.
All of this, I agree with you. But as soon as, look at all the fucking flack people got. Oh, $125 for RCGP. That's too expensive. Let alone you just dropped 90, 90, 90. What? That's 180 plus another 90. That's two.
Reedy Race was $200 to enter because you have to do two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive.
Yeah, so it's $100 each. And you have to buy tires, right?
Well, you get one set free and probably people bought another set.
Right. So if you raise the price to $125, people's and the stigma is you have to run these 3 classes to get time or 5. I remember, I seen guys run 5 classes at PNB. I don't know how they do it. That's tiring. But I can see it now. How much did Neo cost? Like $175? 170, but people can't get over the fact that you're paying $175. You're getting the same amount of track time as you would if you ran 3 classes.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think classes are going anywhere. So we need to figure out a way to fix this. So I just get tired of, it's just every race. Oh, sandbagging this and sandbagging that. It's like, oh man, come on. Tired of this. I don't know, sponsorship does not dictate your level of racing, number one. It doesn't. Fuck. Everybody can get a discount. What if you got a discount through your local hobby shop and not a chassis? Are you still sponsored? Somewhat? I don't know, man. It's just getting out of fucking hand, I think. And It's not going anywhere. Classes, let's get this straight. Classes aren't going anywhere because, number one, people want trophies. Number two, interests create more monetary benefits. And let's be honest. These races are used to put on money, to make money. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Because they're providing a product and people buy it. But I don't know, dude. This is going to be the never-ending story. That's probably why I look over to Europe and they run one class. They have but this is what I don't understand too. Like in France, they have an expert and they have two different levels at Nitro Buggy. Is that, or even in Europe, they have a Euro A and a Euro B.
Yeah, Euro A and Euro B, they're completely separate races though.
Yeah, I get that. But do these people actually class them? I see they have two classes in Europe sometimes as well.
Yeah, in Italy.
In France.
Yeah, two. France too. Yeah, Pro and Open. That's it. And then, like I said, you add the cheeseburger, 40 plus, junior class.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that's all you need.
I think so too.
The thing is, if the point is to make more money, you have more entries, make more money, and then you add skill level classes, and you have a rule that you can't enter multiple skill level classes with the same car, you are not making more money. You are not getting more entries. So that's third, fourth skill level class is a waste.
Right, but listen.
It's just making the race worse for everyone.
Listen.
Get rid of that shit. The
Maybe,
40 plus
listen,
class
this is where it comes.
Adding money. It's adding entries. The same guy that's running the open class is also running the 40 plus. But the same guy that's running sportsman is not also running open. If that's the case, then you aren't adding entries. You're just lengthening the program.
But maybe that guy who was going to run sportsman and make the A main in sportsman, he doesn't come to that race now because there's no chance of him getting a long main or a trophy. That's where it affects entries.
I'm
telling
really
you.
doubt that.
I guarantee you that.
So. If Joey decided that he would change the format of DNC and change the classes, same fucking people would show up.
I don't think so. Because people want that sportsman class, dude. And it's not, it's like...
Sportsman class is for club racing and local racing, not for big races that people fly into.
No, it's not going anywhere, dude. It's here. And but you got to understand, that's exactly why people want it. They don't want to fly into these races to race 15 minutes.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right, so
when
it's
you
like...
have less classes, everyone can race more.
Yeah, but it's not when you have 300 people, Joseph, 350 people.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing. Everyone can race more.
I think you're kind of missing my point. But anyway, I understand your point, but I think you're missing mine completely. So, what do the viewers think? Huh?
Then make it better.
My point is, people go to a race like, oh, they have a sportsman class. I can run that. I'll get more mains and I'll get a trophy if I make the A main. So I'm going. Now, if you didn't have that class, and you still had the same amount of people, you still have to have the same runtime.
So those 12 guys, that's going to make the difference. Those 12 guys who make
you got to understand
main, that's making the difference.
No, you got to understand is that sportsmen may be 50, 60 entries.
I know, but only 12 guys make the main.
Well, 16 made the main.
All those guys don't think that they can make the main.
I guarantee you they do.
All guys in sportsmen think they can make the main.
The sportsman main?
No, they don't. There are guys who have never finished higher than a fucking C main in sportsmen. They go to a race thinking they'll make the main. No, they don't. There is a very small amount of drivers who choose to go to a race based on if they have a sportsman class so that they can make the main. That's not a thing. That's not a reason to have a certain format. I bet you there's more people who don't go to a race because it's bullshit. Because they sit around all day, barely get any track time, and they get a short main of 4 minutes at 5:45 a.m. There are more people like that, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, dude. These classes aren't going anywhere. It's pretty simple. I don't know what else to say. We've kind of beat this horse to death, too. So, and the gardener's just getting out the weed whacker, so I got to kind of hurry it up here because, we're late. And it's starting to shout, because Dominicans can't do anything without shouting. They'll be right next to each other, they'll be shouting. What do you viewers think about this whole class thing and sponsorship and all that bullshit? I think it's all bullshit. Like, sponsorship doesn't dictate, but I guess it's a rule. So that's the only way they can separate it. I don't know. I don't have the answers. All I know is we should go back to one class, but that's never going to happen. If not, make another class. Make semi-pro. Shit. Just make 20 classes then. You want to have 20,000 segments on the podcast? Have 20,000 classes at a race. Then you end up with like 5 people per race. I don't have the answer. Joseph, you got anything else to say before we sign off?
Nah.
All right. Well, thank you to everybody for listening. Thank you to Nicola for coming on the podcast. Thank you, Joseph, for your time. Thank you to everybody that called in. And thank you to our sponsors, which are Tekno RC, RCMX Online, Euro RC.
Last time.
Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up for once. Shut up. I'll go back on my sponsor spiel. RCMX Online, Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Tekno RC, JQ Racing, last time. Coming Beach RC, BK Servos, Papa Willy's Traction Tonic. Did you get your Papa Willy's Traction Tonic?
I did, but too late, so I gave it to my favorite Mexican to try.
Yeah, I want to figure out, let him tell me, I want to know how it goes for him. Tell him to give you a report on it, please.
Yeah.
And RC Raceworks. And I want to say thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world. I met some new guys here on Instagram. They love the podcast, and that's the type of messages that keep me going. And thank you to our patrons, because without you guys, we couldn't do it. And hey, Montpellier coming up in a couple of weeks. And we got DNC. I'm all booked and ready. I'm excited. I am super excited. Remember, Nitro is the glory. Oh, and don't forget, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll be doing the Packy Chip Challenge. You get to watch me cry. I'm really nervous about this Packy Chip because it's fresh. I'm worried. It's new. It's like all intact. It's going to be interesting, but it's for a good cause. And if you guys want, go pledge some money on the GoFundMe. It's on the link. It'll be on the link in this podcast. It's also on the Facebook page. That's all proceeds go to Randy Sides. And thank you to everybody that's donated so far. It's gonna be funny. Joseph, are you gonna tune in and watch me eat the chip tomorrow?
What time did you say?
7:00. So it'll be 3:00 your time.
Yeah, I'll be driving to Arizona.
Okay. All right. Well, remember everybody, Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. Good luck if you're racing this weekend. Have fun. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. And remember, if you ain't having fun, it don't make sense. Lefty.
Actually, patrons pay the bills now because Tekno are pulling out. No more advertising dollars from them. So please support Lefty on the No Name RC patron page. Don't you can buy some diapers.
Don't listen to Joseph about Tekno. I will say my disclaimer once again. The words that come out of Joseph Quagrain's mouth, a.k.a. Rupert Pumpernickels, do not reflect the opinions or thoughts of the No Name RC podcast. I'm going to have to say that every time. I'm going to make a voice note of that right there. Just every time you say something stupid, boom. Hey, have fun this weekend too, Joseph, at your race. And all you guys that are racing this weekend, you're fortunate. If you have a local track, support it. You have a local hobby shop, support it because, hey, you guys are fortunate to have them. And enjoy this podcast. Bye-bye.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. We greatly appreciate all the support and love from you, the listeners. Without all of you, none of this is possible. Special thanks to our patrons on Patreon. If you wish to support the podcast further, you can at patreon.com/NNRC podcast. As a patron, you will receive early releases, special content, and patron-only giveaways. Also, please follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and our website, www.nnrcpodcast.com. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. If you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory. Nitro is the glory.